Welcome and good morning to Foothills County Council meeting for Wednesday, April 29, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order. First up is approval of the agenda. Would anyone like to give me a motion to approve the agenda for today? Councillor Estes gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our round table. Councillor Kendall, would you like anything for Public Works, the round table this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills County. No, for a change, I don't think I have anything. The roads are all great, so thanks.
Councillor Calster.
Good morning, Foothills County. I don't really have anything that's pressing other than a couple items I've talked to Vian about this morning, so I'll pass it on.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills County. I just have a comment for Public Works and perhaps Mr. Stapley. The dirt haul that's happening on 549. I recall that the soil was, if I can classify it as soil, was coming out of Okotoks, out of the Wedderburn and Darcy areas, and I see they're coming out of the city now, and they're going both ways. There's trucks coming from Okotoks, and there's also trucks coming from the city. And I also see they're not coming out on that back road. I think it was 338. So they're coming back. They're going in on 549 and coming out on 549, which is not a concern to me, but I'm just wondering about, I don't know if it's a concern or like more trucks is going to make this thing get done and be over with quicker. But I just remember from the DAB hearing that the dirt was supposed to be coming out of Okotoks. So I don't know if that's a phone call we need to make or.
Thank you. Through the chair, we haven't received any info about the haul from the north. I'll look into that, and their haul route does state that they should be coming out on the gravel road to the north.
Yeah.
We'll make some calls and get some information.
They did start there, and then
Okay.
and because they had signs up, the caution signs, and now they're gone. And now I've seen them come out, and you can see the tracks. But when the tracks come out on 549, they go both ways. So there's two sets of trucks running. So thank you for that. That's all I got, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all the departments, but I do have a special letter I'd like to read that came in, and this came in last week. And this is to Foothills County Council and the road crew for the northwest corner. Thanks for the service you provide us. It's been outstanding. Please pass the thoughts along to the lady who operates the grader, whether it's snow removal or gravel contouring. She takes pride in her timing and finished product. For me at the ranch, it's important for safety, leaving the ranch road to join up with 178th Avenue West, hauling a trailer with horses. I have confidence in what to expect. It's almost like when Alan was responsible approximately 45 to 50 years ago or so. Well done from Mac McKinney. So if you wouldn't mind passing that on, because we have a lot of concerns and this is really nice to get a thank you letter. That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one thing for me to Director Kruger. I see when I drove by Kaylee, I see the guys are out there working now on that development at the north end. Two questions. First off, what's the timeline expected for completion? And secondly, I'm not sure if this is for you or for who it would be, but what's the plan for marketing these lots?
Through the chair or to the chair, they have a very aggressive timeline. We've questioned it. So end of June, they're hoping to be complete.
June.
Yeah, so we are going to keep them to that at the best we can. It's very aggressive, but if they're able to do that, that would be a big success. So I would say this summer, just to manage expectations, but that is their timeline. And in regards to the marketing, perhaps Director Hemingway.
I'll defer marketing question to Land Administrator Fowler, who's in the back of the room there. But we will be prepared to register the lots likely this June, July. So we're getting very close to registration, in which case then it will be time to put them on the market.
Okay. We're not doing any marketing in advance of registering lots?
We haven't discussed it at all. No, I don't think we really had an idea. Things seem to be moving quite quickly, and I don't think we have had a chance to even contemplate beyond registration. So yes, it is time to have that discussion and determine how we get these things out to market because they're going to be ready soon.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see that get started, so we're not waiting until. Yeah, that's all I had this morning. Unless Councillor Estes.
Good morning, Foothills County, and I've had nothing brought up for Division 2. I would like to say, though, I did see the sweeper out last week, so that was really nice to see. And yeah, the bikes were out and enjoying the nice weather. So thank you.
And Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. Nothing to add to the conversation this morning. Looks like the weather has finally turned. I expect the agricultural brigade to be hitting the roads in full force for last year. We were probably 50% planted at this time, and we're probably 1% at this time. And just a heads up, going to be lots of heavy equipment moving around. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to our departments. First up, we have Supervisor Brad Waller. Welcome here today. It's good to see you joining us. Any updates you have for us today?
Thank you. Good morning, Foothills County. Just a couple quick updates this morning. We did follow up with the inquiry regarding the stop signs at 338 and 128th Street. We found that a bylaw was previously passed and we went ahead and installed them there. Our seasonal staff started with us earlier this week. They're completing their orientation, safety training, and we're hoping crews will be out later this week to start completing pothole repair maintenance. And lastly, our new grader has arrived from the approved capital budget. It should be ready to go by late spring.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to report a pothole, quite a bad one, right on the side of the road, just off the pavement at the east end of 549, going on northwest of Okotoks 552, and it's on the southwest corner of that intersection. It's quite deep. I don't know if that's provincial or you guys, but.
I believe that is provincial, but we will take a look at it and make sure for sure.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Director Kruger, Public Works. Do we have an idea of what AT is going to be doing at the 552 overpass? And is that thing going to be passable for large loads here, or are we going to be looking at an alternative plan?
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, I will reach out. Hopefully they put their equipment away early last year. Hopefully they have it out early this year. So I'll reach out to them and ask.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it's early to report potholes, but Mr. Walter, I did get a couple of complaints from a couple of people I know in A-Build's yard there. So there's a rather large pothole turning off of 466th Avenue onto 82nd Street going north into A-Build's. And I think specifically on the west hand lane right on the corner there, but yeah, lots of potholes around, but this one seems to be overly large. And I know the crews are coming.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, crews are coming and we should be out and about the end of this week. We'll add it to our list and get onto it.
And on that note of potholes, I think a lot of our roads are getting beat up a little bit right now. So you guys are going to be on it next week. How long does it take to get these roads kind of fixed up from the spring breakup and the potholes fixed?
To the chair. At the start of the season, we try and bounce around kind of to the areas that are most affected by the freeze thaw. So it only takes a couple hours per road to get it into drivable shape. We'll go around and do that for the first month or so. And then after that, we'll kind of start digging into it and kind of, I'm sorry, just going over the road in more detail.
Okay.
So yeah, no, it shouldn't be long where we can actually get the ones that are affecting the driving conditions fairly soon. So
Thank you very much. Director Kruger, any updates you got for us this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bridge out by Square Butte Ranch, we're going to have Volkers out there this week underneath doing the pile splicing. Like I said, that shouldn't interrupt too much out there. Once that's done, we'll be able to remove the 30-kilometer-an-hour signs there. Just on Artesia as well, we've received a few questions on the bioswale plan for that area. So as mentioned last year, and I've been in contact with Artesia and some of the residents there. The plan was to have it sit over the winter and spring through the freeze thaw cycle to see how those 4 repairs are going, and if they were successful, they would be our permanent repairs. So we have been monitoring it. Supervisor Wallader is looking after the patching program this year, and those spots are on the patching program this year to have the concrete replaced and the asphalt replaced if these repairs are successful, which is looking like. Just another comment on the bioswales. They are within the right of way. The fix has a membrane underneath. I know there's been some vegetation removed. So just with that kind of repair in place, we're not going to be replacing some of that vegetation as it won't grow. It's more important for us not to have sinkholes in that area. So we are monitoring that and actively working on that. So I will constantly be in communication with the community there. And I have item B7 and B11 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. The pouring of our concrete pad started today, so our chem shed should be ready to accept herbicides this year. So we'll be able to transition all of our stuff over from Public Works there, from the shop. Yeah, just a little note about Strychnine too. It looks like, my update last year, I don't think much is, last week, nothing much has changed. We're still kind of expecting the product to get here kind of beginning of June, and the training for the farmers should be ready kind of May 4th, so next week. And then there will be a limited supply this year, so I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to divvy that out, but the following year, 2027, we should have plenty. So that's all I got today.
Thank you for that. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cornelson, how long is that training? I had a resident think that it was a whole day, online, but I just wondered if you knew roughly how many hours-ish it is.
It definitely won't be a full day. I think it would be more like a 2-hour thing, a 1 to 2 hour thing. And part of the issue might be is like, so when they finish it, then their certificate's added to like an online database. And so that takes 1 to 2 days for that to transfer over to the database. And so they have to wait 1 to 2 days before they come and get products. So the idea that there might be some people who, finish that test and then they come like that same day, but they'll have to wait a bit until it's on a
Thank you.
database. Yeah.
Thanks.
Manager Porter.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Morning, Council. I have nothing for Council this morning. Thank you.
Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Just a real quick update on the fire risk status. Again, it's kind of status quo. The county still has no restrictions in place. We do have some moisture coming over the weekend in the weather forecast. Our regional partners, Rocky View is no restrictions. Vulcan County is an advisory. Willow Creek is no restrictions. The only change here is Calgary Forestry is showing a moderate fire danger right now, but they have no restrictions in place. And as usual, we'll keep an eye on things and the conditions and recommend any changes as needed. Thank you.
And Deputy Director Stapley.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. I have no updates this morning, but we'll be speaking to the 3 road events that are on the agenda this morning.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for coming and joining us this morning. Unless you have something on the agenda, I hope you have a good rest of your day. With that, Council, let's go to B1, Enforcement Services, page 4 of our Council agenda. So this is by Manager of Enforcement Services, Joels.
Through the chair to the floor. Good morning, Reeve, councillors. Thank you for having me here this morning to go over enforcement services first quarter. During the first 3 months of the year, we focused on a number of objectives and goals. That included the usual bylaw complaints, carrying out traffic education enforcement, and the mentorship of our university practicum students. We also managed to roll out our new online presence and hire a new officer to join the team. In March, the new member was hired to work as a bylaw officer, as you know, and support that front line. The plan is to have him transfer over to community peace officer status, hopefully towards the end of May, when he completes the required training. With winter conditions, the team used what I anticipated to be a slowdown in complaints to focus on a legal sign removal project. In reality, we actually dealt with 68 traditional complaints, I'll call it, 10 more than the same time last year. We were able, however, to generate 33 officer on view incidents or files to deal with the illegal signs throughout the county. We then had those removed, phone calls were made to the companies, and then letters were sent out. If I count the 33 legal sign files with the traditional 68, that's what gives us the number for 101, which is obviously well above our average. Top 3 complaints were illegal signs, calls under the responsible dog ownership, and requests for traffic patrols. Of note, community standards complaints were relatively quiet over this period with, I think it was 7 files. Busiest days of the week were Wednesdays and Thursdays, a bit of a change. It was Mondays and Thursdays. And the busiest zones, again, were zone 2, 3, and 1. Our traffic efforts led the team to write 267 violation tickets with a further 169 warnings. This included 1 bylaw ticket as well as 8 mandatory tickets. Those will be no insurance or driving suspended. Some of the top violations included speeding, failed to reduce insurance, failed to reduce registration, and failed to obey traffic control devices. And I just wanted to mention that although, of course, the numbers will fluctuate throughout the year, I like the balance we have right now with that 267 versus 169. So like a 60% enforcement versus 40% warning education balance. This year, we decided to track court time. We noticed last fall that we were spending a not insignificant amount of time in court. For this quarter, we spent 36 hours in Diamond Valley and Okotoks courthouses dealing with some of our files, whether that was bylaw or traffic. Some of the top roads statistically for this last quarter included 176th Street West, Highway 783, the dump road, and new to the top 5, Highway 540. We also spent significant time dealing with Highway 2A and Dumbo Road. Busiest zones in terms of traffic were zones 2, 3, and 5. And we were able to carry out our first joint force operation of the season with Diamond Valley, where we worked on a speeding operation. Our practicum students joined us at the beginning of January. We took on 2 again, and they finished their 280 hours with us on the 9th of April. Weather conditions this time around didn't allow for us to deploy the trailer like we were able to last winter, but we were able to deploy the Armadillo systems 33 times. Variety of locations, but most of the attention going to the Northwest, North Central, and Southwest. The students I want to acknowledge were instrumental in their work with us on that illegal sign project. Our group was able to introduce our online presence towards the end of January with 8 weekly posts through the quarter. That was on issues such as winter driving recommendations, advice on distracted driving and the rules around that, as well as a few officer captured offending speeds. As a result, we had some positive feedback. We decided to ignore any of the negative feedback. I'm sure there was some. And some examples we have are in the back of your document. As we look forward to the second quarter that we're heavily into now, we'll continue to work with our partners in cooperation and their various agencies that we work with. This includes a recent regional peace officer meeting that we hosted where we discussed partnering on training, upcoming community events, festivals, parades, as well as future joint force operations. And to that end, our next joint force operation coming up is over the May long weekend on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We'll be working with Diamond Valley, High River, Vulcan, and Nanton. And finally, I just wanted to acknowledge Okotoks. They helped us out last week as they took on 2 of our officers for some recertification training, which we really appreciate. And that's it for me. Does anyone have any questions?
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. What kind of illegal signs? Just curious.
So that's the border paving signs that you see. It's just a variety of signs that people are stapling up on some of the posts in the ditches that we're finding throughout the county. Yeah, they're all business related. We're not looking at realtor signs, obviously, or anything along those lines. And if it's on personal property, we're just looking on public property.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wondering if you know what's up with Thursdays. Is there a particular reason that Thursday is the hot day for calling?
Well, you know, that's in the nearly a year that I've been here. I don't know the reason behind that, but Thursdays is always the busiest day.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Just really interesting that you've, observed and then show us these statistics, which are really interesting to see. And then the other question I have is on the dog list that you have on your page 3 of your report and page 6 of our agenda. And that, although I'm not sure if I'm referring to the right agenda because I'm looking at 3, there's quite a number. And I just wonder, are they throughout the entire county, these calls on the dogs, or is there a certain area that you get more calls from related to dog complaints?
As you can see, the majority of our files and investigations are probably on the northern half of the county. And it's pretty accurate to say that most of our dog calls are on the north half as well.
Okay, well, that makes sense, I guess, accordingly to some of the other things that you're looking at here. And then the roads that you visit, are they complaint driven as well as just on your circuit for requests for presence in previous requests that you circulate and provide your, so it's on page 8 of your report, you're providing us the information about the number of times that you've either had the citations and warnings that have occurred. Is that something that comes from complaints as well as your route that you go on?
I'm sorry, because I know that was a long question, but I was trying to catch it again. My hearing's not great.
So just the reasons behind those locations, are they coming from complaints as well as from your route that you have determined based on hotspots, if you
Yeah.
want to call them?
Yeah, that's accurate. It's a mix of both.
Mix of both.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the manager of enforcement, the sign by law numbers just kind of popped out at me this time. Are they higher than what they've been? I thought I was the only one complaining about signs, but.
No, I think it was just like I thought, winter, it might be quiet. It was just a good time for us to tackle that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only reason behind that.
But there's 33 actual calls that came in from.
No, there's 33. We generated 33 incidents where we're like, oh,
Okay.
boom, we're going to deal with that.
So I am the only one that complained.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, and I see again, going back to the dog thing, that under the RDO is 15 complaints typically, and that seems low compared to, I was trying to look back into the last quarter, but
Right.
because the dog numbers were quite high, but
Again, I would put that down to winter.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and can I ask just one more thing? The animal complaint of 1, would that be, I'm just trying to think of what that would be different from a dog complaint, or is that like a?
Oh, I see that under the provincial statute. I'm afraid I didn't research that one, Councillor.
Okay,
Any
not a big
idea?
deal. I just wondered what was different than a dog complaint. Like it could be cows in the neighbor's yard or something.
Just trying to think, like, it's not going to be a cattle related or anything like that. So. Yeah. So again, deputy just said it could be something to do with putting down a deer or another provincial issue like that. But again, I'm sorry, I didn't research that. So.
Okay. Thank you for that. Very impressive report.
Thanks, Council.
Deputy Revol.
Sure. Just one last thing I wanted to mention. I appreciate the addition of the messaging that you've been sharing through social media and that you guys are sharing what's happening. I think it's good to explain some of the things, the changes that are occurring that affect everyone, including what you're seeing in Foothills County. So I think that was well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. So if there's nothing else, I would look for a motion then to accept the Q1 report as information from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for the report. Thank you for the work you do to keep our roads and our residents safe and looking out for us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Reeve, Council.
Let's go to B2, 2026 road event, Chinook Grand Fondo, page 17 of our agenda. Deputy Director Staple, you're taking this?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So before you today is a road event application regarding the Chinook Grand Fondo. This is a reoccurring event. I believe this is the 19th annual event for this one. It's being organized by Platinum Racing. There will be a controlled start of 200 riders beginning at 0800 hours, setting out from the Millerville Racetrack, where they will go up to Granary Park Road along 112. And then they'll go back past Millerville Racetrack out to Sheep River Park and then return to the Millerville Racetrack Road where they will end. We did provide some recommendations on how to improve the event and maintain safety. All recommendations were well received, and all application supporting documents amended and were returned to us. This morning, we're looking for council to either support or deny the use of the road for the event. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And we do have the additional handout that was given this morning. A few more details there. Council, any questions, comments? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just checking my calendar here. Does that fall on a Sunday? Okay, so then it doesn't conflict with the farmer's market. That was just going to be my question. So that there's no kind of other conflicting events going on in the neighborhood that day. So
Okay. I don't see anything. So we do have a suggested motion on page 17 that we accept the special event report as information and support the use of the municipal and provincial roads within Foothills County for the Chinook Classic Grand Fondo 2026. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Staple, I don't believe we had any concerns over the previous years, have we? This has been going on for a number of years. Like nothing severe.
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, there are no previous concerns that I'm aware of, and this one is a recurring event.
Yeah. Yeah, we deal with these bicycle events every year, and it's just part of living in the foothills, man. They just love to come out and hit those hills. So it is a concern to some of our residents, and it's very important that these guys are focused on those bicyclists obeying the rules and doing the single file and paying attention to what's going on in their surroundings. But and that being said, I'll give you the motion to approve the request.
Okay, we have that motion. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B3, 2026 road event, Granary Hill Climb, page 51 of our council agenda. Back to you, Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you is a road event application for the Granary Hill Climb. This is put on by Crankmasters. This is again another returning event. This one is a little different in that the event starts at the Red Deer Church parking lot at 6 p.m. And then they go around up 112th Street to climb the hill. There's 25 cyclists. They all start individually and evenly spaced out. They get to the top of the hill, they turn around, and then they come back. There will be 4 volunteers organized as support for the riders on the route, and we did conduct a review. And additional recommendations identified for clarity were well received, and we did receive amended documentations back. We look to council to provide a determination whether or not you shall support or deny the road event. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, any questions? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, majority of this is in my area, if not all of it. It's evening, 6 PM, small event. Again, they love that 112th Street, man. Everybody likes climbing those hills back in there. So I have no problem with this one either, so I'm happy to give you the motion to approve.
Okay, we have that motion to approve from Councillor Alger. Anybody else? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Alger, are a lot of people coming home from work at 6 PM? Has there ever been any conflict with the, commuter traffic at 6 PM?
I guess in my world, there's always a conflict with bicycles and cars. I don't think any time of day is any different than the other. 6 o'clock is a kind of I would classify it as the supper hour. So yeah, there's going to be some traffic on the road. And again, I think they go through their proper channels with signage and pilot cars and whatnot. So I don't have a concern. There's only 25 riders.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. We have that motion from Councillor Alger to support and approve. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B4. Another road event, Millerville Half Marathon, page 66 of our agenda. Go ahead, Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this application before you is for the Millerville Half Marathon. It begins at the Millerville Racetrack Society. They proceed south on 192 Street, east to 338 Ave, and then south on 176, turning around at 402 Ave and returning back to the racetrack along the same route. There are 600 participants and 50 volunteers. It runs from about 8 AM to 11:30 AM and coincides with the grand opening of the Millerville Market. This is a recurring event that has happened before. Recommendation was made that there be a road closure on 192 Street West, barricaded south of the racetrack entrance, and at 176 Street for the turnaround. And that we have appropriate support vehicles, signage, and safety personnel measures are put in place. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. I believe this is all in Division 3. Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Yes, the Millerville race has become kind of a epic, I guess, landmark. It's very successful, and I'd be happy to give you that motion. I like their revised, kind of condensed little turnaround model there. It affects less people, I guess. So yeah, I'd be happy to give you that motion. And
okay, that motion is to support the use of the roads for the marathon?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Got that motion. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B5, fiber installation, Foothills Regional Landfill, Manager of Technology, Hollis Jacobson, page 81 of our council agenda. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you is a report here that'll for the Foothills landfill fiber project. We recently just completed construction, the civil construction, placing the conduit and pedestals 8 kilometers to the landfill. As you'll see, there's a cost breakdown, just bringing council up to where we are with things. So we're well under budget currently. And we're going to move on to the next phase of the project, which is installing the fiber cable and splicing it and connecting. And before you is a request to go with Aurora Communications for $61,692.60. And I'll open this up to questions.
Council, any questions, comments? I had one question. I'm not sure if this is for you or it might be for Director Hammond. In terms of cost and payback, I noticed on our sheet that went out to landowners with our tax notice, 0.11% of taxes are going to fiber optic. So are we not breaking even with our current fiber optic portfolio?
Yeah, I can answer that. Currently, I believe last year it's about $40,000 in revenue was last year what we gained after our costs. So we've been in the positive every year.
Okay. Might just have to ask a little more questions about that later, so I understand
Okay.
why that would say that different on, okay. And this will be essentially all paid back through fiber optic sales to the landfill, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I can go into detail with that if you'd like.
Sure.
Sure. The agreement with the landfill was over a 10-year time. They would pay back what the cost was for us to run the fiber to them. Originally, the report from Apple and Martin was for $485,000. That over 10 years, that'd be about $4,500 a month. When and if we expand to the neighborhood around them, any costs revenue collected from additional subscribers that use this main line would pay back this $485,000 quicker. So once that time happened, we would reduce the rate down to our standard enterprise rate. And as you see, if you look on page 81, the project update with Aurora's price, we would be only at $245,000 for the full completed run. So just about half of what was projected, which would bring their rate down to about $2,400 a month for 10 years. And if we do expand out that way, any revenue brought in from additional subscribers would then pay that down quicker and then reduce their monthly rate.
Thank you for that. Manager Hammond. Director, sorry.
It's okay. Good morning, Council and Mr. Chair, just to add to Manager Jacobson's answer on the expense, on the proportionate expense that you saw, that's just the expense component. However, when you look at the net with expense and revenue, we just like Manager Jacobson said, we're in the positive, or we generated some revenue. But if you're just looking at just the different expenses that for the county, yes, that's that I think 0.1 that you saw is right. So.
Okay. Anybody else? Municipal Advisor Eva Cameron.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just for council, just a reminder that council had indicated that we could use the 75th anniversary fund to upfront fiber optic projects. Of course, providing that we're going to get the money back and put it back into those reserves. So that's how fiber is being fiber capital projects would be funded if necessary. I think that Director Hammond had suggested that, and council had accepted that as we move forward with either extending further west from the landfill or say into Raven Crest and Silvertip area. Once we have fiber across the highway, which I believe is there now for the water project. So we're kind of getting into a position where we will be able to expand the fiber system.
Okay, thank you for that. So the request is to award the contract to Aurora Communications to procure and install fiber to the landfill. Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a question. So the original quote was for 485, and then now it's down to 240. So to what do you attribute such a drastic differential there? Just curious, because it seems like it's quite interesting.
Yeah, it came down to timing. At the end of the year, we took advantage of going out to try to do this before the snow came. And there was a lot of companies that were willing to do the civil construction at the end of their year that had finished their projects early. So we got a huge reduction there. And then also right now, there's an influx of fiber cable, and the pricing for the cable is actually lower right now than we've seen previously years. And yeah, the original contractor's rates were a bit high from what I've seen as well. So they're very safe numbers.
Okay, are we ready for motion? Deputy Lowell, so that would, no, but to award the contract to Aurora? Yeah. Okay, we have that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Estes.
Just looking, this just jumped out at me, but the 19th annual Chinook Classic is on Sunday, June 21st, which is actually a Sunday. And the Millerville Run to the Farmers Market is on Sunday, June 20th. So, and also, I'm not sure if the mapping, if these overlap.
Saturday?
No, it says Sunday, June 20th, so.
Should Saturday, right? Yeah.
Oh, okay. It does say Sunday.
So there was a correction.
Okay, so we got that. Hopefully not the same day. Okay. Let's go to, thank you very much, Manager Jacobson. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go to B6, Foothills County, Turner, Karanfilov, Dimitrova, Northwest 26, 21-1 west of 5, request to set purchase price. Municipal Land Administrator Donna Fowler, welcome. Page 83 of our agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. This morning, we have a request to set a purchase price. It's for an undeveloped road plan within Northwest of 26, Township 21, Range 1, West 5, between two plans. It's Plan 0813255, Block 4, Lot 9, and Lot 10, and it contains about 0.7 acres. The undeveloped road plan is located approximately 9 kilometers northwest of the town of Okotoks and 3 kilometers southwest of the hamlet of Heritage Point, within an undeveloped cul-de-sac portion of Eden Park View West Road. Back in 2008, this portion of undeveloped road plan was dedicated by the developer as possible future access to the then undeveloped southwest of 35 as part of the continued subdivision of Eden Park Estates. Southwest 35 has since been developed, and this portion of road plan was deemed unnecessary. In January of 2024, the applicant submitted a request to jointly purchase the above noted plan. And in October of 24, a public hearing was held, and council approved resolution 806, wherein they agreed to close the subject road plan for purchase and consolidation into the adjoining parcels. In August of last year, Alberta Transportation approved this closure. In September of 2025, the assessment department provided a market value estimate for the subject parcel, valuing it at $134,270 per acre for a purchase price of $93,989 for the subject 0.7 acre site. This value is shared with the applicants as the value we would bring to council for their approval. The applicants were unhappy with the price and believed it to be significantly higher than what they were expecting. Upon instruction from administration, they submitted a letter dated January 7 of this year outlining their rationale to have this price reduced. I've included as Appendix D. Market value is determined by using a selection of recent sales in the area to determine the current average per acre market value for bare land. According to Foothills County Policy number 900-002, the purchase price would be set at 80% of the market or the market bare land value. In 2023, Council discussed updating the policy to require payment of 100% of the market value of the area lands. This change in policy has not been undertaken to date. As per the current policy, administration suggests that Council set the purchase price for this parcel at 80% of the market value estimate provided, so it's in line with the current policy, and that would result in a per acre land value of $107,416 for a total purchase price of $75,191.20 for 0.7 acres. Alternatively, Council may wish to set the purchase price at 100% of the market value estimate, and that would be the $134,270 per acre for the total purchase price of $93,989 for the 0.7 acres. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, any questions, comments? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in my area. You can see on the map on page 76 of our agenda as to why this makes perfect sense. I'm a little concerned with the timing. I certainly have no problem with having to pay 100% of the road allowance. But in this case, I don't think it's fair that we have not implemented this change. And now all of a sudden we're saying, well, that's what we're doing, but we haven't implemented it before. So I don't think this is the time to do it. Going forward, I'm happy to do that. If we're going to implement this change, then let's make it policy and go for it. But at this point, I don't think it's fair to these people to say, oh, by the way, the land's gone up and we're adding another 20%. So I'm happy with the 75,191. I think that's what they were looking at when they started this program. That started in application in January of 24 and we had an assessment in September of 25. So that's a long time. A lot had happened in the real estate market in those times. So I'm sure there's going to be some other comments in the area, but I would give the motion that set the purchase price for the 75,191 as per administration's request. Thank you.
Okay, and that's 80%. So we got that motion from Councillor Alger, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And my question is why wasn't this implemented in 2024?
Go ahead.
Thank you through chair to Councillor Estes. I think it was just the conversations surrounding how you're going to look at and evaluate these undeveloped road plans versus road allowances. And there's been a variety of different ways that it's been approached in the past. So I think it just kind of, the conversations were just ongoing. So nothing was put into policy. It was put into practice, but not into policy. So in speaking with administration, we feel we can bring something forward to with all the different kind of alternatives of the ways to look at this and to evaluate this land and put it into policy coming to council in the next few months.
But it was brought into practice, so it was used.
So other people have paid the 100%?
If I may, there hasn't been that many that have come through. The majority of them have failed for the request to purchase road allowances, as you know. The most recent one would have been Miners Road, and we did end up giving them a reduction. It wasn't the full 100% because we were looking at it based on the assessed value of the parcel that the land was going to be incorporated into. So we readjusted it there for them. And we've been letting people know that 100% is the goal of council that previously was kind of instructed. But then, as mentioned, it doesn't make sense on every parcel. So it's kind of been bouncing around and it hasn't been landing on one solid rationale for determining the price. So it's put us in a bit of a pickle sometimes. So you're trying to explain this to people and letting them know at the end of the day, it's the prerogative of council. So you want to give them an idea of how much money they're going to end up spending, but we don't know until we get to this phase what it's actually going to cost. So if I can bring something to council that kind of outlines all these different rationales, then you can give me some direction and we can put it into policy. Thanks.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess from my position, I'm not real comfortable if we've charged some people 100 and some people 80 and everything in between to go and pick and choose, because that just puts us in a real awkward position.
Deputy Revol?
Thanks. I understand your comments, but I also see that when we've had a presentation made to us, we're provided with the circumstances of each application, which does bear weight. And in this case, I think that you look at the situation of the land, where it's situated, and there's either some money or no money going to happen here. And I think it would be a benefit to receive the funds, and it would be a benefit for the neighbors to boundary adjust to incorporate that land into their properties. And with the story and what was expected and the duration of the time it took to accomplish this, I'm in favor of the motion that has been presented. So I think each time we've looked at these, while it does seem like it's not entrenched in stone. The issue we are facing is the uniqueness of each one of these situations. So I appreciate that you may try to put a policy together, but if you also have criteria there that we are to consider, I think we should also be flexible in the sense of understanding the uniqueness of each one. So thank you for the report. And again, motion has already been stated, which I support.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to verify, the motion put forth was to go with the recommended value from 2024 when this process started. That's where this stemmed from. That technically works out to 80% of the 2025 value.
Go ahead.
79. I'm sorry, I've got the wrong agenda.
Go ahead. It was a $75,191.
Yeah. So the, as per current policy, administration suggests the council set the purchase price 80% of the market value, which would be 75,191.20. So back in the day, they were way back in the day, according to the letter from the residents, they were given an estimate price of 77,350. So they were within that parameter. And that's the 80%. As I said, the change in policy had not been undertaken to date. So I don't think this is fair time to implement the 100%. Going forward, yes, but not in this particular case. So yeah, the recommendation is for 75,191.20. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a comment that it's a sad, sad situation that this is the assessed value of the fair market value in Foothills County. It's just, I can't get my head wrapped around it, and I just wonder how it's going to affect us, and it's not looking good.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I can speak in favor of the motion put forth, but just a comment for administration on policy. So when I look at this, this is 1 acre, so this isn't a buildable property if it's sold. So from a rationale point of view, I guess I think that if we do develop a policy for something that doesn't actually have, if we sell an MR or something that has 5 acres with an actual buildable land development property on it, then I can see that being worth full market value. So for 1 acre, that's actually not buildable if somebody was to buy it, it's boundary adjustment. I think there is fair rationale to say that's only worth 80%. So just a comment moving forward. Thanks.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also just comment that I believe it said in the letter that these people have looked after, this piece of county property. And I think going forward, I know I've heard a lot of comments that it would be nice if people were kind of reimbursed for their work on these type of properties or given some type of consideration. So I would also be in favor of just showing, acknowledgement that these people have looked after this and kept down the fire hazard from what I can gather here.
Okay, so we have the motion from Councillor Alger to set the purchase price at 80% of market value, $75,191.20. Don't anybody else call the question? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's see if we can get one more done while we have Director Kruger with us here. Let's go to B7 Moyer, 674 Ave East, request for extension of dust control, page 90 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This request seeks additional dust control at the county expense beyond the original approved treatment length. This request does not align directly with routine annual reapplication criteria and therefore requires council's consideration and direction. We've received a letter from the resident, which is attached to the council report here. just requesting the extension of the dust control spot treatment by approximately 50 meters to the west at county's expense. This request relates to increased traffic volumes that they've had to that they've observed from the local feedlot. The relevant county policy considerations include the county's dust control policy provides up to 100 meters of free dust control spot treatment for qualifying residents within 300 meters of a county road. The policy allows council to consider requests for relaxations or additional treatment outside that standard criteria. So below that is the request of council with proposed motions. I can answer any questions that council might have. Thanks.
Thank you very much. As this is in my division, just a few comments. I do support the request. I had to go back in my notes when Chinook Feeders was looking to do their big expansion. We talked a lot of traffic. Now, certainly not all of it goes down this road. I think this is one of the more minor roads leading out there, but there is a lot of staff use this road to get out there. And silage season and straw, manure, I mean, some goes by here. So I think, all residents in the vicinity of this feedlot are dealing with a lot of dust. So I think it is only fair to the residents that we would put this extra dust control down. Deputy Revol.
Sure. I'm just wondering, would the application be once a year as per the other policy?
Through the chair, as it is right now, it would be incorporated and it would be permanent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm in favor of the impact here is significant, and I'm in favor of this adjustment. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can support the request from the resident, but I really wonder if Public Works shouldn't be reaching out to Chinook and asking them to pay for the cost. I think this would benefit the commercial operator in the area, would help keep peace with the residents in the area. And I'm not 100% certain that it should be on the municipality to solve the feedlots issue. So I guess I would just add that I think it's worthy to reach out to see if the individuals causing the dust are willing to contribute to dust control in the area should these concerns be raised again to keep peace. Thanks.
Thank you. I do like where you're going with that. I think there has been a number of conversations around the roads and the dust, and there has been contributions in the past, and there has been, I think, from what I understand, some agreement that future contributions as well. But we had a motion 6 months or a year or something ago in terms of administration figuring out some road issues in the area. Is there an update on any of that?
Through the chair, so we currently have MPE working on that. We're in the final stages of, we did review what they provided. We had some questions and we wanted to see some revisions of the plan. So we are in the final stages of that, and we will bring that to council when it's ready and for council's consideration and direction.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are we got a motion then? Sounds like to approve dust control or otherwise? Deputy Vol? So it'd be to approve the additional 50 meters of dust control? Yeah. Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Let's take a few minutes break and we'll get set up for our 10 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. We have our 10 o'clock presentation from Avail LLP, our annual audit. We do have a separate handout that was emailed and provided to us in paper copy this morning. Ms. Lutz, welcome here today. We appreciate you coming and appreciate your work that you have done. I'm going to go to Manager Hammond. Did you have anything to introduce before we get going?
No, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to let council know that every year we go through an audit and we've retained Avail LLP. And this morning we are fortunate to have one of their partners, Michelle. She's a partner on this file and she's going to present to council, and council can ask Michelle any questions about administration or anything about our finances, and I'm sure she's going to answer that. So with great pleasure, I introduce Michelle, and Michelle, you can take it over from here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Director Hammond, and good morning, Council. I'll just share my presentation, which will be my PowerPoint slide. Do you see it on your side?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. So what I'm going to be reviewing this morning is the independent auditor's report, the financial results. I'll highlight a couple of the keynotes to the financial statements. I'll go through the indicators of financial condition, and then I'll conclude with the management letter and post-audit letter. So starting off on the independent auditor's report, it starts off by stating that we have issued a clean audit opinion that the financial statements are presented fairly in accordance with the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Standards. It will go on to note that management is responsible for the financial statements and that council is responsible for management oversight. Avail's responsibilities as the auditors is to identify and assess the risk of material misstatements. We are to understand the county's internal controls. We'll evaluate the accounting policies and estimates used in the financial statements. We'll conclude on the going concern assumption. So that is just the ability of the county to continue to operate for the foreseeable future, and no concerns there. And then we evaluate the presentation of the financial statements in accordance with the accounting standards. But at the end of the day, that clean audit opinion was issued. So for the next item, I'm going to be starting with the statement of operations. And if you are following along within the paper copy of the financial statements, this will be on page 5. So here you're going to see revenues are up by $4 million from the previous year. The highlights will be the net municipal taxes are up by $4.2 million as per budget. User fees landed very comparable to 2024. On that line item going to be up from budget by $1.5 million due to the Kaylee lot sales and then the developer deposits being recognized into revenue. Those items are budgeted for on a conservative basis, as it's not always a guaranteed revenue source. And then in investment income had a decrease of $1 million from the previous year due to lower interest rates, and then a decrease in cash and temporary investments to fund the current year capital purchases that we'll see shortly on the statement of financial position. And then license and permits had an increase of $400,000 with an increase to building permits and redesignation fees. And the remaining revenue line items ended up being pretty comparable to the prior year and budget expectations. So overall, operating revenue is coming in at the $65 million figure. Then on the expense side, you'll see overall expenses will be up by $3.2 million. The highlights will be administration had an increase of $700,000, and that will be due to the cost of living increases on wages, increase in bad debt relating to taxes, as well as an increase in tax discounts with more residents paying early or signing up for a tip in 2025. Admin did come under budget on that line item due to not using the majority of the contingency reserve, which was budgeted for at $1 million, and then also not proceeding with the administration building repairs with the town of High River. Then protective services had an increase of $600,000 due to higher requisitions paid to Okotoks, cost of living increases on wages, and then more fire wages with more work and calls. Roads, streets, walks, and lighting came in very comparable to 2024 as well, landing at the $27 million figure. Under budget for that line item, which is normal with the internal road projects being capitalized to tangible capital assets, but budgeted for under operating. And then the last major fluctuation is the water supply and distribution. Also, actual results landed very similar to 2024, but under budget with not taking the Alderside water treatment plant debenture in 2025, but will occur in 2026. Remaining expenses comparable to the prior year and close to budget expectations. For my next slide here, it categorizes the expenses by object, and this will actually be one of the notes in the financial statements. It's note 17, page 22. The previous slide showed the expenses by function. So under the municipal affairs requirement, we are required to present both ways. So just to highlight the first three line items, you'll see salaries overall going to be up due to the cost of living increases, more fire calls, new fire chief hired, 2 new positions filled in IT, and more gravel crushing wages. And then contracted and general services also was up with more gravel crushing and surfacing work done on the local road program in 2025. And then materials were down with less equipment repairs and then a decrease in the snow ice removal due to weather. The salaries, contract, material expenses in 2025 are lower than the budget amounts with capitalizing those internal road projects. So remaining line items, as mentioned before, are pretty comparable to prior year and budget expectations. So to summarize, the county had revenue of $65 million, expenses of $67 million, which results in a deficiency before capital of $1.5 million. Capital revenue comes in at $10.5 million, which is also very consistent to 2024. The current year government transfers for capital were spent on public works equipment, bridge replacement, flood mitigation, Scott Seaman solar system upgrade, and the airport runway lighting replacement. And then contributed assets this year relate to land that was assumed by the county, where in 2024, the contributed assets related to roads. So overall, the county has a current year operating surplus landing at $8.9 million. This figure will include capital revenues, amortization, which is a non-cash expense, and then contributed assets, which is also non-cash revenue, but it does not include capital expenses, debt repayments, or transfers to and from reserves. The next slide, we will see how the financial results what they look like on a cash basis, which will include the capital expenses and the debt repayments. Also, I will highlight during 2025, the Foothills Regional Airport was dissolved and assumed by the county. So here is also where you're going to see the impact of the airport's accumulated surplus of the $959,000 being picked up by the county's operations. And I'll just pause there for a moment. Any questions?
Which we have some. Thank you. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What page was this last slide, the surplus deficit? I could not find it.
That will be on page 6.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so next,
Sorry.
oh,
Sorry, we're just trying to find it. We have, sorry, Michelle, we have a couple different
part of it
sets of page numbers.
And I don't know where the rest of it is. The bottom part is on 6, but the top part is not.
Yeah, this top part is something that we do for presentations. So the revenue and expenses will be summarized on page 5 for the statement of operations, and then that statement carries on to page 6.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, wonderful. So statement of cash flows will show you the financial results from a cash perspective. So here you're going to see the county's operation provided positive cash flow coming in at $26 million, which is very similar to 2024 of the $26 million as well. So very consistent on the operational side. And then here is where you're going to see under capital transactions that the county has spent $42 million on tangible capital assets. The largest purchases relate to the Alderside water treatment plant, which came in close to $26 million out of the $42 million. And then there was roads of $5 million, land purchase of $1.6 million, just relating to the Highwood River flood mitigation, machinery and equipment of $5 million, and then vehicles of $1 million. And then under investing transactions, that will just relate to the cash being brought over from the Foothills Regional Airport upon the dissolution. And then under financing transactions, the county has repaid $1.5 million of debt. So when you sum up cash flows from operation, less capital, plus investing, less financing, overall, there's a decrease in cash for the year of $17 million due to the acquisitions of the tangible capital assets. So overall, that will bring cash and temporary investments down to the $50.7 million figure. And on the next slide, I will show the breakdown of the cash and temporary investments. Here is going to be one of the notes. So this is note 2, page 15 in the audited financial statements. So for the breakdown of the cash and temporary investments, the county has $400,000 in cash, temporary investments of $46 million, which relates to GIC's term deposits, high interest savings account. You'll also see on the slide that the interest rates relating to temporary investments range from 2 to 3%. In the 2024 fiscal year, the interest rates were between 3 and 5%. So that's why the interest income or investment income is down this year. And then bonds has interest ranging between the 2.65 and the 3%. And in the prior year, that interest rate was pretty similar on the bonds. And I'll just pause there once more for the statement of cash flow. Any questions?
Any questions, Council? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I think I kind of missed how we went down from 4 million to 400,000.
Oh, just on that cash note here. So part of that, because we had a $17 million in cash, it will be a combination. It's mainly due to the purchase of the capital assets during the year. So a decrease in cash and temporary investments were the main areas that were impacted by that.
And on that same note, the 14 million less in the temporary investments.
Yeah, that will be part of the capital purchases in 2025.
Okay, go ahead, Michelle. What's next?
Okay, so statement of financial position. So now I'm jumping you back to page 4 in the financial statements. The statement of financial position will show you where the county ended up as of December 31st, 2025. So just keep in mind, we are looking at a point in time on this statement. So here, financial assets will be down by $18.5 million. The cash and temporary investments are down by the $17 million as per the statement of cash flow. And then trade and other receivables are also down by 1.3 million with less provincial and federal grants outstanding. And then the land held for resale relates to the Kaylee lots that are being developed and expected to be listed for sale later in 2026. Then on the liability side, overall liabilities will be down by $1.5 million. So the bank indebtedness just relates to the drawn amount on the county's line of credit. And that was repaid the first week of January in 2026. And then accounts payable also had a decrease of $1.5 million as there was a larger development deposit being returned and sitting in accounts payable in 2024, were no such payable this year. And then deposits had an increase of 1.2 million with the increase in the community sustainability fee deposits. And deferred revenue will be down by $1.8 million with spending of the externally restricted grant funds. I will highlight the breakdown of the deferred revenue shortly in a couple slides. And then long-term debt, here you'll see that $1.5 million decrease with the regular repayments. So when we take financial assets of the $61 million figure, less liabilities of the $54 million, that leaves the county with a net financial asset position of the $7.3 million figure. The net financial indicator represents what is available to fund future operations of the county. And then it's going to be down from the prior year with the decrease in financial assets and funding the county's capital purchases, which you'll see that increase in the non-financial assets now. So this is still on the same page in the financial statements. So non-financial assets are up by $26 million. No significant changes in prepaids or inventory. Intangible assets just relates to water licenses. And then here's where you're going to see that tangible capital assets are up by $26 million. So that's due to a combination of the $42 million in purchases this year, offset by the $16 million in amortization. And then overall accumulated surplus then lands at $278 million for an increase of $10 million over 2024. So that $10 million increase relates to the current year operating surplus of $9 million, and then the $1 million from the airport's accumulated surplus that we saw on the statement of operations. And to show the breakdown of accumulated surplus, on the next slide, I have note 14, which is on page 21 in the financial statements. So the current year surplus is broken down within accumulated surplus with a $20,000 decrease to unrestricted, a $17 million decrease to reserves, a $27 million increase to equity intangible capital assets, and then a $400,000 increase to equity in intangible assets. So overall, accumulated operating surplus has increased from 2024, with the majority being invested into the county's tangible capital assets, with that largest project being the Alderside Water Treatment Plant. When that water treatment plant debentures are received in 2026, where $21 million has been received as of today, essentially what will happen within accumulated surplus is that there will be a decrease in equity in tangible capital assets, with more debt being associated to capital assets. So as a result, less equity, offset with the replenishment and increase to the reserves or unrestricted surplus. So if that debt, $21 million of debt, say it was received as of December 31st, 2025, what it would look like on this statement is equity in tangible capital assets would be about 228 million. And then reserves, assuming it would just replenish reserves would come up the $21 million to about 42 million. So very much timing differences for when tangible capital assets are acquired versus the debt being received to fund those assets over that December 31st year end date. And I will just pause there for a moment. Any questions?
Any questions from council at this time? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is for Ms. Lutz or Mr. Hammond, but on water licenses, I think it was note 13 or 14. They just always stay on the book at book value. They don't ever get marked up to market value.
That is correct. We do have to record it based on cost. And because the water licenses have an indefinite life, we do not amortize it.
So we don't depreciate them, but they appreciate. So I was just thinking about that in terms of debt to equity. So that would, if they were marked to market value, then our equity would increase. So anyway.
That is correct. Yeah. Under the accounting standards, they do require to have it be recorded at cost, and we're not allowed to do that fair market value bump.
Okay. Carry on, Michelle. I don't see any other questions.
Okay. So to highlight a couple of the notes to the financial statements, I'll start with the reserve note, which is note 20, page 25. So here for informational purposes to show the breakdown, the $17 million decrease mainly relates to the $15 million decrease in the Alderside water system reserve, and then a $3 million decrease to the future expenses to fund current year capital additions, offset by there was a $600,000 increase to the public reserve, and then also having the airport reserve being brought over from Foothills Regional Airport upon the dissolution. Reserves are fully funded, cash covered as of year end. Then for the deferred revenue note disclosure, this will show the breakdown of the unspent externally restricted grant funds. So this is note 19, page 18. So of the $1.8 million decrease from the previous year, mainly relates to spending lower grant to purchase land and complete flood mitigation work. And then there was also a decrease in the local government fiscal framework relating to purchasing of public works equipment. And then the last note I'll highlight before we get into the indicators of financial conditions will be the debt limits. So this will just disclose the county's debt and servicing limits as defined by the MGA. So this is note 23, page 26. When you take the total debt limit less the actual debt as of year end, you can see that there is plenty of room for the county to take on debt relating to the Alderside water treatment plant in 2026. So no issues or concerns to absorb within these limits. And I'll pause there once more. Any questions?
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding that last, the debt limit, I'm understanding that it's calculated at 1 times the revenue of the municipality. So how does that put us, all municipalities are at very different levels, I guess, for their debt threshold?
Yes, because it's based on their revenue, and that calculation is only based on operating revenue. It excludes capital revenue, but all municipalities will have that factor of taking operating revenue times 1.5 times.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, just before we carry on, Ms. Lutz, so the next step that you'd be going to would be through our our financial health indicators.
Yes, that's correct.
So any questions on the actual audit at this point in time? I had a couple of questions just to make sure I understand it. So in terms of debenture, we were spending a huge amount of money on our water treatment plant. So there was no debenture taken for that water treatment plant in 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct. That debenture, $21 million, was taken out in 2026 as of today.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, if I can look at page 18, so this is the deferred revenue chart. So there's 3 items on there related to flood. So the Lower Highwood flood mitigation, I understand that one. But the flood recovery, erosion control, and the Hoe Dike reinforcement grants, not familiar why these are still on our books. I'm not sure if that's for you as the auditor or if that's for our director.
I will defer that to Director Hammond on that one.
Through the chair to council, these are monies that we've had over the years for these flood projects. We haven't dispersed them yet. Hence, they're still sitting in our books as deferred revenue. But as the request comes for these funds to be dispersed, they will be taken out of deferred revenue. But for now, we still have them, and we've had them for quite a few years now. So.
Okay. And is there a plan that we will actually be using them, or are they just gonna?
I think there is a plan. It's just the request hasn't come forward yet. But yeah.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Okay. Next item, the airport. So page 23, and this came up a couple of times, but there's a chart specifically on the airport. When the airport dissolved and came under the Foothills County, there was a debt. So the Foothills County had lent money to the airport board. Just wondering how that debt was calculated in bringing it forward.
So when the airport got dissolved into Foothills County, any balances owing between the 2 entities essentially get eliminated.
Okay, so on item 19 there, it says we got 276,148 of financial assets. So that would be net after the debt was calculated out?
Correct. And that most of that is the cash being brought in.
Okay. So my final question at this point, page 24. So we did get an email last night about a change to the recreation reserve. I thought from the email that we were taking out the word facility after the Northwest Foothills Recreation, but it's not on the document. It's not taken in. So is the word facility supposed to stay in there, or what? I guess what was the email?
If I may, the change was to add north in front of west Foothills. The original agenda had West Foothills without the north.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that was all from my questions at this point. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize if I missed this, but I'm looking under the requisitions and I'm not seeing the RCMP. Is that in a different area?
Through the chair to Councillor Alger, if you can refer the page, if you can.
Page 21 is the Alberta School Foundation, Separate School Board Seniors. Under requisitions, note number 15 in my book. RCMP is a requisition, is it not?
Through the chair to Councilor Olge, I think we just got the approval this year to show it as a requisition. In the past, it's always been part of municipal expenses.
Okay.
And so going forward for this year's, for 2026 audit, you're going to see it as a requisition.
It'll be a separate line item. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Okay, any other questions at this time from council? I don't see any, so Auditor Lutz, please proceed to your next.
Absolutely. Okay. So the next part of the presentation is the indicators of financial condition. So what we're doing here is we are comparing Foothills County, which will be the blue line item, to 63 municipal MDs or counties within Alberta, regardless of size, which will be the red line item. Then we're also comparing Foothills County to 3 MD counties with comparable populations, which will represent the green line. And to give some context, that is Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Sturgeon County. Then the last line is we're comparing to 7 comparable municipalities with similar populations, regardless of type of municipality. So whether it's a city, county, MD, town, as long as it has a similar population to Foothills, that will be included in the purple line. So some context for that, that's Beaumont, Camrose, Chestermere, Fort Saskatchewan, and then the Grand Prairie, Red Deer, Stony Plain, and Sturgeon County. So for this first indicator, we are comparing assets to liabilities. This ratio will illustrate the extent a government leverages its asset base. So this ratio will also include tangible capital assets. So higher is generally better. The indicator has increased over the prior year for Foothills County from the 5.8 up to the 6.13 due to the increase in the tangible capital assets. The county is trending a bit below the comparables, but close to the municipalities with comparable populations, which is going to be the purple line. The county still has 6 times greater assets to liabilities, which is a strong ratio. Next will be the financial assets to liabilities. So this will focus on assets that are normally converted to cash. So no tangible capital assets included in this one. Higher is better. Above 1 means net financial asset position. Below 1 means net financial debt. Also, a ratio greater than 1 will indicate that net financial assets and financial resources are on hand for the county to finance future operations. So for the county, there is a dip down this year due to the decrease in cash and temporary investments with funding the current year capital purchases. The county is a bit below the comparable municipalities, but still above 1. And then I thought I would also highlight as well, with that $21 million water treatment plant debenture that will be received in 2026, it won't impact this indicator as liabilities would go up by $21 million, and then financial assets would also go up by $21 million as the debt proceeds would go to cash to replenish the decrease that we saw on the statement of cash flows. And then for the next indicator, it will be the current ratio, which will illustrate the county's ability to meet its short-term obligation. So higher is better on this indicator. You don't want below 1, as that means the municipality wouldn't be able to meet its short-term obligation. The current ratio on this one has also decreased due to the decrease in cash and temporary investments. However, the county is still trending higher than those comparable municipalities with similar populations. So you see the blue line above the purple and green. So this means that the other municipalities has higher current liabilities, which is likely going to be due to them having higher debt repayment that are due within the next fiscal year as a current liability. When we get to the debt ratios, you will see the county at the end of 2025 has lower debt to service than the comparables. If that water treatment plant debenture was received before 2025, I do think this indicator would be more closely to what it was in 2024. So that is due to the current assets would go up by $21 million for those debt proceeds being received into the bank account. But then current liabilities would only go up by the new debt that needs to be serviced within the next fiscal year. So it is likely in 2026, you're going to see this line go back up. For operating expenses to taxable assessments, this will illustrate the county spending over time in relation to the growth in the economy. So lower is better on this ratio. Lower this year with the increase in the taxable assessments, and then still the county is trending below all of the comparable groups. For public debt charges to revenue, this will measure the county's debt repayments that need to be made within the next fiscal year as a percentage of operating revenue. So lower is better. The county is lower than all of the comparables, but in 2026, we will see this blue line item increase with the Alderside water treatment plant debenture. But as of right now, out of operating revenue, 2% is servicing the current debt. Then for the debt to revenue percentages, this will illustrate the growth in revenue compared to the county's changes in overall debt. So on this one, lower is better. Decrease is due to the repayment of debt, an increase in revenue. Again, the county is trending below all comparables, similar to what we saw on the previous slide, with the expectation that the county's blue line will come up in the next fiscal year of 2026 with the water plant debenture being received. Then own source revenue to taxable assessments will illustrate the county's own source revenue compared to its tax base. So on this ratio, lower is better, and ratio essentially landed pretty comparable for Foothills County to past years, and the county is still trending below all comparable municipalities. Then government transfers to total revenue will illustrate government grants received in comparison to total revenue. So with this indicator, it offers a perspective on the degree of vulnerability a government faces as a result of its dependence on another level of government. So ratio is lower or higher, better. It depends on how you look at it. Ratio for the county has remained the same as 2024 at the 15%. Capital allocations do come from the province and federal government, so important to use them and spend them. And then ratio higher than the comparables on this one, but it will swing depending on the capital activity that each municipality has, and overall not far off. Then for the next one, it will illustrate the portion of accumulated surplus that has been internally restricted for future purposes. So in 2024, the county was comparable with those municipalities with similar lines. So you'll see the blue line was trending with the green and the purple. The decrease in 2025 will be due to funding a portion of capital this year from reserves relating to that Alderside water treatment plant that we saw in the reserve note earlier. When the debt is taken on next year, the county will replenish reserves, and then this ratio will swing back up. And then the last indicator will show accumulated surplus, so restricted reserves and unrestricted that are available for future use. Similar to the previous slide, decrease in 2025. The county is below the comparables and dipped down again due to funding that Alderside water treatment plant until that debt is received in 2026. So on this indicator, I also expect that line to go up again in the next fiscal year. The amount sitting in accumulated surplus available for future use and whether it's enough will always be dependent on each municipality's future plans and to maintain its infrastructure and future growth. And that concludes the indicators. Any questions before we get into the audit letters?
Yes, we'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was 4 slides back. It was the own source revenue.
Yes, to taxable assessments.
So I'm just trying to understand this. So this would relate to charges outside of own source revenues. What are our own source revenues? I'm having a
Yeah.
little trouble understanding this slide here.
No, great question. So out of the $64 million of the own source revenue on this slide, 50 million of it relates to taxes. So own source revenues will be utilities, user fees, net municipal taxes. So we often like to compare those own source revenues to taxable assessments. Earlier I mentioned lower is better because you could draw the conclusion that because the county is on the lower end, that the tax rates are more reasonable compared to the other municipalities as a result. However, you would need to consider if taxable assessments in Foothills County is like, does it cost the same to live in Foothills County as compared to any of the other comparable municipalities? If you do have a municipality where it's expensive to live in, they'll have higher taxable assessments. And as a result, it keeps them on the lower end anyways on this indicator.
Okay, thanks for that. So so I'm kind of taking this as the other municipalities have more user fees, I guess is the way I would describe it. They have more charges outside of their residential and commercial. They're outside of their normal tax assessment revenue.
Well, tax assessment revenue is included in the own source revenue figure.
Deputy Revol.
Sure, thank you. Just in relation to the charts you've just shared with us and the comparable listing that you have for us on page 9, I believe, of your report. My question is just simply, do we update the comparable municipalities each year, or are they fairly consistently comparable?
You know, it's over the years for Foothills County, they tend to be the same because it's all population growth. And then whether it's included as a comparable municipality or not, we're basing on the range between 75% to 125% of the county's population. So typically year over year, those comparables do remain relatively the same.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as to just to follow up on Councillor Oll's question, it is just kind of based on population?
It is.
Other factors as well?
No, it's all based on population.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to go back before I forget, on page 4 of the financial statement, under liabilities, you mentioned, I think it was under liabilities, under deposits, the 1.5 million increase was due to an increase in community sustainability fees.
Yes. Yeah,
Was
that's
there
correct.
anything standing out that kind of attributed to that jump there with maybe Director Hammond would know as well? Just a question, you don't have to answer it right now.
I do have in our audit file that there was one deposit received from a development group of $1 million. So that jump over the previous year is mainly due to that one developer.
And so just as I was reading these comparables, these indicators last night, I don't know, I just kind of got the impression that maybe Foothills is we're kind of riding that line a little bit of precariousness compared to you know, the overall average? I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into that, but
Um, well, you guys, with Foothills County, you are like you're trending and you have always trend very well when you look at own source revenue to taxable assessments. And also when we look at the operating expenses to taxable assessments, that would indicate that the county operates leaner as a result to the other municipalities. It's always when large capital purchases come in and the timing of the debt is where you'll see more of that fluctuation. And that's all based on timing for municipalities and when they have to do some major upgrades or major capital purchases. And then on my last slide, as mentioned, it's always dependent what's sitting in accumulated surplus available for future use. That will always be unique to each municipality because it's all about just maintaining the current infrastructure and any future growth on that end.
thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further questions at this point. You had a couple of letters you wanted to share with us, or go ahead,
Yeah.
Auditor Lutz.
Excellent. So my next part is going to be the management letter and post audit letter. I always give the option. Some of my clients like to do it in camera and some do not. I will highlight there's nothing of significance on them this year, so I will leave it to council if we're okay to proceed in public.
I'm seeing lots of thumbs up, so I think we can
Okay.
just proceed.
Okay, wonderful. So for the management letter, we have no significant issues to bring to your attention this morning. And we do want to thank the Foothills County team for being so great to work with. There's always a lot of work that goes into prepping an audit and going through the audit. And just by nature, those accounting standards are very complex. So we appreciate all of the hard work put in by the county's finance team. And then for the post-audit letter, it will summarize the results of our examination. Most of the points I have already hit throughout my presentations, but the last few points that I do need to communicate is that we didn't come across any illegal acts or fraud during our audit. We had no disagreements with management and no difficulties encountered during the audit. As mentioned, the Foothills County is always a great audit to perform. And then the last part of the post-audit letter is our emerging issues section, which is essentially the new accounting standards and auditing standards that are coming into effect in 2026. So for the first one, it's the conceptual framework, and this one's actually not a standard itself, but it's the framework for which all of the standards are built off on, and essentially just goes into details as to what a public sector entity is. For the financial statement presentation standard, next year in 2026, the financial statements will look a little bit different from how they are presented today. Essentially, the statement of financial position will look more like a traditional balance sheet where all of the financial assets and non-financial assets will be grouped together to get total assets, and then less liabilities to arrive at accumulated surplus. As you can tell in my presentation, we jump around between financial assets, less liabilities, and then back in on the non-financial asset part. So that's going to be the key change. Any of the accounting transactions and balances are still measured and recognized the same as in the past. It's just grouped a little bit differently for next fiscal year. And then the last item is going to be the Canadian Auditing Standards 570 going concern. So this standard is already in place. On the independent auditor's report, we're required to conclude if an entity is a going concern or not. And as mentioned, no concerns for Foothills County. But starting in 2026, we are now required where management is actually going to be required to do a formal assessment as to their views, whether the county is a going concern or not, and then we'll have to audit it and review it. So it's just making that assessment more formal in the next fiscal year. So something that we will reach out to management for later this year to get ready for those standard implementations. And that is everything I have for you this morning. Any other questions?
Looking to council, anything further? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you. Just kind of wondering about the CA 570. And I guess that's probably, so I'm trying to think where that might be applicable. Your municipalities always have to can't run deficits. So I guess this, I'm kind of trying to figure out where this comes from. I'm maybe thinking of summer villages or smaller hamlets that perhaps this is why this is coming in, that might be not doing as well.
Yes, you're 100% correct. Typically, we rarely see going concern issues at the municipality level. Every once in a while, you may see a village get close to that, or then at that point, sometimes they're assumed by the county or MD that they sit in. But this Canadian auditing standard, it impacts all audits across Canada. So whether you're a public sector entity, a public traded entity on the stock exchange, for profit, it's across all of those types of audits. For the going concern, it's very much a low risk for municipalities.
Thank you. Just one more time to council, our last chance to ask any questions of the auditor before we turn her loose. I am not seeing anything. So, Ms. Lutz, thank you very much for coming and presenting to us today. Thank you for your work on our file.
Thank you for having me. I will note, once the financial statements are approved as presented, we will be sending out the audited financial statements to be signed to the signing authorities. The deadline to submit the audited financial statements to municipal affairs is May 1st. So I just kindly ask to review the emails by end of day so we can get it submitted tomorrow morning.
Okay, that's pretty quick. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you for coming, and we will carry on to our next item. Have a good day.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, do we need to stay in the same meeting? I think we have to tend to our reserve transfers first, and that might be a bit of a conversation as well. I don't know. So we'll hold off until proper procedure. Stay in the same meeting. Okay, so let's proceed with our 11 o'clock presentation. We have a guest with us today from Stars Air Ambulance. Miss Seeley, thank you for coming and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Sounds like you have a very busy day here.
Always something.
It's a pleasure to come back again and bring you your annual update from Stars and on such a beautiful day. I'm Jackie Seeley, and for those who haven't met me yet, I live in the town of Bazzano, and I'm part of the fundraising team traveling across Alberta, visiting municipalities. I came to Stars a couple of years ago after working in nonprofit for a number of years and also serving on our council in Bazzano. So I appreciate the work that you do and your support of our life-saving service. Stars has been operating for over 40 years now. and at no cost to the patient, thanks to donors like you. Foothills County has been a partner with STARS almost since the beginning. Can we use the arrows? Didn't work? Are we in the PowerPoint? Maybe that's, or we're in the PDF rather than the PowerPoint. Okay, that's all right. I can scroll. Or if you want to, sure. Okay. All right, so we did have a couple changes at STARS last year, and that is we have a new CEO, and that's Dr. John Froh, our former Chief Medical Officer. Like our founder, Dr. Powell, he is an innovator and a critical care expert. Next slide. Sadly, our founder passed away at the end of April last year. He was a longtime resident of Foothills County, and really, STARS began when a pregnant woman died from blood loss from a rural community before she could get to tertiary care to get the help she needed. And so she left behind her newborn and her husband. And for Dr. Powell, he said, enough is enough. Something has to be done. The death rate in Alberta was very high. And so they began the work to get STARS off the ground. Next slide. And so in the beginning, we were Lions Air Ambulance, and that's because the Lions International provided support to STARS. Many Lions clubs today still provide support. And so we were Lions Air Ambulance initially, and then became STARS, Shock Trauma Air Rescue Service. And at that time, we painted the helicopter red. Today, we go back up. Today, we have a fleet of 10 H145 helicopters that are identically equipped. And so that serves our 6 bases across Western Canada. And so we began phasing those in 2021. Next slide, please. We rely on the help of many to save a life. And so we give a shout out to our partners in the chain of survival. Number one, your fire department that helps with the safe landing of the STARS helicopter, whether it be on the highway or in a field or wherever we need to land, maybe down by a riverbank. We do have the night vision goggle capability, and with over half of the calls being at night, this is essential. Next slide. Okay. The types of missions that we fly for changed a little bit from what we reported last year. Cardiac is now number 1 at 21%, and then vehicle incidents are second now. And then a mix of other trauma-related illnesses and injuries fall in these other categories. Next slide, please. All right, so here we have a 5-year STARS mission report. As you can see, very busy throughout Foothills County. A total number of scene calls flown since 2021 are 145. So when you look at that number, that's 145 lives that had the best chance at survival, having, you know, a positive impact, a more positive impact on family and community. So on average with scene calls, 29 missions per year. Then below we have listed the interfacility transfers. So this is where patients that come in by ground ambulance, if they're deemed critical, then their STARS is called to do an interfacility transfer from the local hospitals to tertiary care in Calgary or Edmonton. Next slide. Thank you so much for doing that. All right, so how is STARS funded? This is a little bit different than what we presented to you last year. So in total, direct operating costs in Alberta are 36.6 million, so 12.2 million per base. Previously, we reported 11.4 million. So we are impacted, like many, with rising costs. Fuel, number one, has dramatically increased in cost. So that is one of our largest expenses. So the funding that we currently have is 15 million per year block funding from our largest donor, Alberta Health Services. That's blocked the same rate no matter how many missions that we fly, and that's the same year over year for the next 9 years. Then the remaining funds, our largest fundraiser in Alberta is still the STARS Lottery, and that closed at the end of, on March 20th. So that raises almost enough to pay for one base in Alberta. Then it's after that, corporate business, individual donations, community-driven fundraisers, and also the municipal initiative that you've been part of for over 30 years now. Next slide, please. So this map shows the different levels of funding from municipalities across Alberta and into Northeast BC. Municipalities recognize STARS as an essential service that's an extension to the emergency services in their community, in your area. So over 95% of Alberta municipalities are supporting, so very grateful for that. And 80% of those are regional leaders. So I'll just share the different levels. So on the map, you can see the light blue or gray, if you will, that are under the $2 per capita. So currently Foothills County falls into that area. You will see a blue dot there. That's the town of Diamond Valley, Diamond Valley. That is at $3 per capita. And then that sea of blue across the map, those are our regional leaders that are at a minimum of $2 per capita, anywhere up to $90 per capita. Our provincial leaders are shown in the teal green. And so we currently have 9 provincial leaders. And so these are counties and MDs that are at a larger rate of support on a standing motion like yourselves, usually on a fixed rate that is within their emergency protective services budget. And so we've recognized these 9 provincial leaders with the logo on our helicopter in honor of their life-saving partnership with us. So this year we will recognize Foothills County for reaching over 500,000 in cumulative giving, as well as Mountain View County and special areas 2, 3, and 4. So those will be coming up. Last year, we recognized Rocky View County for reaching 1 million in cumulative giving. So we had a celebration for them in July last year. And then the areas that are outlined in red are our full regional partnerships. So those have changed a lot since last year. And this is where we're working with towns and villages who support, as well as the counties and MDs, with everyone supporting within that area. So those have grown quite a bit. A number of new municipalities joining across southern Alberta. So this is what is creating this robust health and safety network that we've had for over 40 years now. Next slide, please. Just to touch on our crew, again this year at the International Air Medical Transport Conference Simulation Competition, where helicopter EMS programs come together to compete worldwide, STARS took first place again. So very proud of our crew for that. But I want to emphasize, this is what you're supporting, that you're bringing critical care right to the patient's side by a world-class crew. So residents have the best chance at survival. So thank you for your support. Next slide, please. Foothills County, you're currently at 35,000 fixed rate. So that's at about $1.35 per capita on a standing motion. So we greatly appreciate that. And we've been at the same rate for quite a few years now. So with our rising costs, like I mentioned, increased costs since last year with fuel and training, accreditation, all of these things continue to rise. And so our request is a graduated proposal to get you up to the $2 per capita, along with 80% of Alberta municipalities. So if you're able to move to $1.75 for 2026, that would be $40,598. And then getting up to the $2 per capita in 2027, totaling $46,398. And by not only are you supporting critical care and, our rising costs, helping provide that sustainability for us, but by increasing to the $2 per capita, we will be able to remain with the Foothills County logo on the helicopter after 2027. So next I'll speak a little bit more about that. So yes, you've been in a partnership with STARS for over 30 years now. And basically, when we do a logo unveiling for a municipality, it usually is in conjunction with if you have a ratepayer barbecue or something like that, or breakfast, something like that, where we would actually fly the helicopter out and land here. Your council and residents are able to see the helicopter, ask questions of our pilots, take a look inside, see some of the medical equipment that's on board, and then we would do a logo unveiling on the helicopter. So what we need from you for this is for you to choose a date within 90 days, at least 90 days in advance of today. So from whenever you choose the date, we would ask you to choose 90 days from then, and then also give us some alternate dates to work with, because we have to coincide this with our helicopter maintenance schedule. So there's a number, like usually at least 6 helicopters that are operational, and as we switch things around, some of the, if there's one that needs to be maintained, then one of the backup ones is used. And then we try to reserve 2 for public relation type of events like this. But sometimes if a helicopter is in maintenance, then we need that helicopter. So we'd really like to schedule this with you where we can have a separate helicopter to come out to your event and honor Foothills County. So we do need the date for that. We will need assistance, of course, from your fire department for the safe landing of the helicopter. And then in consideration of choosing your location, we would want a place that's, free of power lines or large things that we may not be able to land in that area. So the area would also have to be approved by by Alberta Transportation to land there, and our crew would likely know that, be able to confirm that in advance. So yeah, we would really like to know what council would like to do for a celebration and when you may want to have this.
Thank you very much. Do you let councillors take it for a spin when you come?
Pardon me?
Do you let councillors take it for a spin?
No, unfortunately, no, but you can sit in it.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the work that you guys do. Very important service, and our residents muchly appreciate it. Thank you. Couple of questions from councillors. Deputy Revol.
I'll just reiterate, thanks for your presentation and the work you do. And in your chart, you shared with us 145 responses in the area. So not including the airlifts from the hospitals, but the responses in the area. And I'm just wondering if you have any statistics on how many of them are motor vehicle accidents on the highways.
Well, we have the cumulative statistics, but not individual county statistics. So on the previous slide, it shows the percentage of overall mission volume. So 21% is cardiac, and then 19% of all missions are vehicle incidents.
I just wanted to clarify that. As we understand, we do serve a lot of people in Foothills County, as well as our citizens, but also travelers as well.
Yeah, so very good question. All of the missions here that are listed include anyone who either lives in the area, is traveling through the area, whether they be a tourist or are working in the area. So any accident or mission that we respond to is recorded within these stats. Previously, we had brought to council our postal code project that showed where Foothills resident county residents, based on their postal code information only, had been flown from across Western Canada. So then that shows, even though some of these missions may be tourists or people working or traveling through your area that get into an accident or become ill, It's also reflected on the other end that your residents may also be in Manitoba or Saskatchewan and fall under those statistics rather than under these if they were traveling. So by supporting STARS, you're not only supporting your area, it's wherever residents may travel across Western Canada.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would love STARS to come to the DeWinton Canada Day breakfast, but I don't think there'd be a place to land, which is unfortunate because that would be a real showstopper for 800 odd residents in the area. Through the chair to Mr. Hammond, so what we pay now is at 1.5%. As I look through our expenses here, what line item do we pay that out of? Is that under our protective services heading?
The chair to Councillor Alger, no, it's somewhere in our administration budget.
In the administration budget?
That's right.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I remember when STARS was initiated. That's how far back I go, but I was curious about the mountain ranges, like the little kind of gray area that isn't really included. Like that would include Kananaskis, maybe Banff, Jasper. I'm just not sure, but it's kind of that one. Because I seem to recall last year, and I don't know whether STARS responded, but there were, I want to say like 2 or 3 or more drownings with tourists. So are they ever required to pay through their travel insurance for STARS? I mean, as an aside, I mean, it's just too bad that tourists aren't more well educated when they're going on the lake. All of those were lake incidents. So I was just curious.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So those areas are improvement districts, the IDs. And so we currently have not reached out for funding from those areas. Previously, my colleague Glenda Farndon covered the entire province with visiting municipalities and then added me to our team about 2.5 years ago. So, you know, as far as capacity goes, we're quite busy with covering Alberta. So we haven't reached out into those areas yet. STARS operates at no cost to the patients. So those patients would not receive, no patient would receive a bill. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Chair to STARS, just trying to understand. So the bases, I make the assumption, are Lethbridge, Calgary, and Edmonton?
We have a base in Calgary, Edmonton, and Grand Prairie.
Okay.
So the Calgary base responds to all of southern Alberta and actually into southeast BC, you know, and even up as far as Red Deer area. Some of the Red Deer area missions are covered from either the Edmonton or Calgary base, depending who's out already on a call.
So the Northeast Fort Mac is either serviced by Grand Prairie or Edmonton, then I take it.
So Fort Mac area, they actually have their own air ambulance. It's called Hero.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So
then
they
you're not
serve that area.
including, what's the one from the south? Hilo's not included in here?
Yeah, so no, these are strictly STARS areas, but there are 3 helicopter EMS in Alberta. So Halo serving the southeast, STARS serving across Western Canada from our 6 bases with the 3 in Alberta, and then Halo serving northeast Alberta. So we still fly into those regions if needed. Halo is first response for southeast Alberta. But we do have the night vision goggle capability. So if it's at night, we still respond to that area. Halo doesn't fly patient missions at night. And we still fly a number of other interfacility transfers from either Medicine Hat hospital and some scene calls throughout the area along there.
Okay, so Halo is Lethbridge and it's 3?
Halo is out of Medicine Hat.
It's out of Medicine Hat.
They're
okay.
based out of Medicine Hat, so mostly serving that southeast corner. Lethbridge, we serve Lethbridge, like all of southern Alberta, and Lethbridge is actually right now, I think they are now our first busiest city in Alberta for STARS mission. We fly over 70 missions per year on average, like over the last 5 years to Lethbridge County. Most of them interfacility transfers from the hospital.
So I'm just thinking about a total fleet for the province of Alberta. That really takes us, sorry, you said Hero has how many units?
Hero has one.
Yep.
Halo, I think they have two, but that'd be a better question for them. And then we have our fleet of 10, but in Alberta, safe to say like 2 for each base.
Right. And we got them, did we get all the birds upgraded? Where did the?
Yeah, so all of our helicopters are H145s that we began phasing in 2021. And so they're all identically equipped with specialized medical equipment, and we carry the universal blood on board. So we're the first helicopter EMS program to carry universal blood. We increased from 2 units up to 4 units a few years ago. So, that's another critical thing that we keep on board that gives the patient the life-saving time they need.
Okay. And then let's pick on the AHS. What does their 15 million cover off? I guess you threw me for a little bit of a loop. I think you mentioned that sounded like professional training, and I was kind of like, well, shouldn't Alberta Health Services be covering that? So
So the
trying
Alberta
to keep a balance here, but like this is just such an essential service. I don't understand why, like, I don't understand why there isn't more financing from the province on this.
So we have a 10-year agreement with Alberta Health Services for the 15 million per year in block funding. So that includes excludes education and training of our crew, the cost of our emergency link center, and administration. So, we have not always received Alberta Health Services funding, so we're thankful for that significant chunk that we receive. And STARS has always been built by the community for the community. That's kind of how it all began, was with community support. So it's this blended model of funding allows us to remain our own charity, continue with the innovation. There's always new innovations at STARS. And actually, we do for any paramedics wanting to get their CCP, Critical Care Paramedic certification, we do that certification through STARS Academy. So, there's so many innovations and advancements at STARS that this model allows us to really continue to be great.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then to Miss, through the chair to Miss Seeley. Having been fortunate or unfortunate, as you may look at it, to have a ride in STARS myself, I'm very grateful for your service and for
Thank
the work
you.
you guys do. Fully in support of this graduated proposal that your letter describes. And yeah, I just wanted to say that big supporter of STARS.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else, so we have your report. We have the ask, and we'll be discussing it shortly. So thank you for coming again, and hope you have a good day.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to also hearing what you choose for a date, at least 90 days in advance for the celebration. All right. Thank you and have a great meeting.
Thank you. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, council, why don't we talk about this while we're at it? So it is on page 151 of our agenda. We do have an ask, 2 items on the ask on that first page there. So as a starter, I guess we would need to accept the report from STARS. But then the 2 asks first one is an alternative date, and alternative dates for the celebration. I think Ledge Services can probably send out an email and pinpoint some dates and location. Is that the best way to go?
Yes, actually, I believe CAO Payne has talked to Manager Porter and the fire department. They're working together to determine a location and dates, and then we will also be canvassing council to see when you might be available as well. But the plans are in the works between those other departments as we speak. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so we will look forward to that coming down the pipe. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, back to Mr. Hammond. So the numbers that we have is for increases from $1.50 to $1.75 or to $2. Would these be correct numbers? I mean, this is from Stars. I'm looking for a confirmation that.
Through the chair to Council Alger, yes, those are right. And just to correct my previous answer, yeah, that budget used to be in administration, is now under dispatch, ambulance and protective services. So
yeah,
yes.
Okay. For me, I'm prepared to take this to the $2 per capita right now and skip a year. Quit going up by incremental 50-cent pieces. It's pretty minimal dollars that we're increasing, but extremely important within this facility. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kendall.
Sorry, what page is the proposal on?
Page 151 or 87.
Thank you.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. I recall that we just increased it last year. Am I recalling that incorrectly? I thought we went from a number to 35 last year. From whatever we were previously paying to 35,000 last year. So I'm just wondering if when that was, because I believe we weren't there for a long number of years. We did increase it recently. So that's my recollection. Just want to confirm that we've been increasing over time significantly. So we were at 20, 25, and then we went up to 35.
Give me a second.
Sure. Thank you.
Director Hammond is just grabbing that information. Anybody else? While we're just grabbing that information, was there a motion? So we need to acknowledge it as a minimum. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I give you the motion to you want a motion to acknowledge the information?
Yeah, just accept the report as a minimum.
The report. Yeah, would give you the motion to accept the report as information.
Okay. And so there was a suggestion from over here about increasing it, but the motion is just to accept and.
Oh, sorry, I thought you wanted separates.
Okay.
So
we can put it together. I think because if we were to.
We'll just keep it at one motion at a time here while we're waiting for the rest of the information. I was filling time for you.
Okay, so we have the motion to accept the report from Stars. All in favor? Motion carries. And was there a second piece to this while we're waiting, or are we just going to wait? Councillor Callister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would happily give you the motion to increase the current support from $1.50. It was suggested we go straight to $2. I would support that motion.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Callister, so that would be to $2. So it'd be $46,398, an increase of $11,398 from wasn't the budget. I guess my question secondly would be that would come from the council contingency portion of the budget, I think. Just looking to confirm. Okay.
Yeah. That would be my recommendation. Suggestion.
Okay. So we have the motion, Deputy Revol.
Sure. I just want to draw your attention to the incremental increases to healthcare services that are likely a provincial jurisdiction that we're offering to pay. We do really appreciate their services, but I just want you to understand that if you choose $2 per capita instead of a fixed amount, that will go up every year based on the recognition of the population. So just understand that you now have a fluctuating amount that will be a new requisition that we're agreeing to voluntarily pay. So I just hope you understand that. And then, we have been incrementally increasing it every year. So it's not that we haven't been supporting it, but I just want you to understand what you're accepting here. Thanks.
Give the answer. Okay, go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor, you're right. The budget was that 30,000, but they did ask for 35 and council approved that. 35, yeah.
Okay.
Last year we went up.
Okay, so we have the motion to go to $2 from Councillor Callister, contribution to STARS. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay,
Read by way at a fixed amount.
let's go back to B, or not back, let's go to B8, 2025 reserve transfer. We need to deal with this before we can deal with our audit report. So this will be on page 92 of our agenda, or 82 of the old one. Director Hammond, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just a report to bring forward, put forward in front of council to get approval for transfers that have happened in the course of the year. So transfers, that two parts to this. There's transfers from reserves and transfers to reserves. Now, looking at the first part, transfers from reserve, the older side, so we transferred the full 14.9 million that we have in the other side water systems reserve. So that reserve is fully depleted right now. And also as presented by myself to council in the past, as to how the Aldersyde water treatment plan, as well as the pipeline project funding goes, we intended to use about 3.5 from the future expenditure reserve. So that has been transferred out. And again, there's a small Cayley Cemetery reserve used on different small projects there as well. So just for the first part, the Aldersyde water systems reserve is now 0. In terms of the future expenditure reserve, we have about 12.3 million left. And Cayley Cemetery reserve has about 13,000 left. And then transfers to reserve, we have 600, we transferred 600,000 into the public reserve, which brings the balance there to 2.1 million. The Cartwright Family Reward Fund, as well as some other trust and reserve funds like the recreation, saw some interest added to those reserves. So yeah, with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions on reserves.
Any questions from council? I had a couple. Cartwright Family Reward Fund Trust. So we don't have a reserve fund named that. So what is this?
So that trust was set in the past. It's been years now. I think there was a murder case, and the family set that aside to help find who did that. And so we've had this. I think it's been around for decades. I'm not sure, but we've had this fund for a while now. This trust fund.
So where is the money?
It is in our investment. It's part of our investments.
So like when I look at our financial statements, there's no reserve fund. So
it's part of it's included as the total of our reserves. it's a liability that we have right now because we are holding that funds in trust of.
Okay, so in what reserve fund would it be?
So when you look at page 4, the first line, actually, the cash and temporary investments, it's included there. It's included as part of our.
Okay.
That's why we allocate interest to it every year.
Okay, thank you for that. The other one is the Senior Citizen Trust. Same thing? It'd be under.
Yeah, so again, if you look at page 15 of the financial statement in your package, the C1 package, if you look at page 15, the note 2 says cash and temporary investments. That the first one is cash, the second one is temporary investments. We have 46 million in there. That's where all that is included.
Okay. Thank you. So my other question is the Kaylee offsite contribution.
The Kaylee Cemetery?
No, Kaylee offsite contribution. So last year we contributed $873,000 to that reserve from lot sales, but I don't see any this year, and I'm pretty sure we sold lots this year. And on the flip side, I think we spent a lot of money out of that fund last year. But it's not recorded because of the development that we're doing there.
I will have to look into that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah, no. Reg, I know that Disha was asking us about that fund, and I believe that she made some changes on where it's located.
Okay.
So. As the audit.
Okay. Any other questions from council while we're getting that information? Seeing none, I think we could look to get that information and we can just pass this as is. So just look for a motion then to approve the reserve fund transfers as presented above from Councillor Callister. Okay, and I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. With that, let's come back to our audit from 10 o'clock. So at this point, we'd just be looking for a motion to accept and approve the audited reports for 2025. Any questions, comments, or that motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to adopt the report as received for information.
Okay, we have that motion. Anybody else? Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B9. Can we bother Director Hammond you again? We can get those answers. Okay. Let's go to B9, unpaid accounts receivable invoice to taxes, page 94 or 83 of our agenda. Go ahead, Director Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a report to get council's approval to add an invoice amount of $351.75 to this tax roll. This was as a result of some cleaning work that was done. This taxpayer hasn't paid this amount after numerous tries to get the money paid. So we're bringing it to council to add this to the tax roll.
Okay, thank you for that. So suggested motion is to add it onto the tax roll as presented on page 94 of our agenda. Any questions, comments, or motions? Councillor Alger moves to add that onto the tax roll. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
B10 Policy Benefits Amendment. Director Hammond, go ahead, page
Thank you, Mr.
95.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have, since we changed or since we moved from our previous benefit provider, Canada Life, to Group Source, they have a third party body that that manages the disability request from employees, and they brought forward suggestions that can improve the wording in our short-term benefit policy. And as well, we looked at it and agreed with the changes, and as a result, we're bringing it to council. Since council has to approve policies, we're bringing it to council to get approval for this change.
Okay, thank you for that. Council, any questions, comments, or suggested motion to approve or authorize the amendments to the policy as presented? Councillor Callister gives us that motion. Deputy Revol.
Sure. I'm just looking at the policy. Is the old policy, will you be updating that with current date and all that? When
Yes,
you
it will
make the
be.
amendments, and then, so you haven't, what I read it was what it is, it was the previous policy. And so you're going to amend that and then put the date as per the council's agreement to your amendments today.
Right. It
Okay.
will be the date, the date of the last amendment will be the approval date, which will
Okay.
be today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have that motion to authorize the amendment to the policy from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. Fee bylaw amendment, second and third reading. I see Director Kruger's name is on this, but perhaps Deputy Revol, did you want to take it?
Sure, I can take it if you're okay with that. As you know, last week in council, I explained the impact and the reaction to the increase of the transfer station garbage fee. I'm very grateful for your consideration to increase the fee to $3 instead of $5 to allow for a more manageable incremental increase. Residents also, I just want you to know, are very, very appreciative. And I'm asking for your support to provide second and third readings to this bylaw amendment today. And I would give you the motion for second reading when you're ready.
Okay, I should have mentioned, we do have the separate handout that came to us. Director Kruger, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, that's everything unless there's any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so we have second reading of the fee bylaw amendment from Deputy Revol. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. And we have third reading from Councillor Estes. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Let's go. Just thinking in the interest of time here. Let's go to D3. That's page 235 or 171 of our old agenda. Second and third reading. Director Hemingway. I assume.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. We are looking for second and third reading of bylaw 66, 2025, and a reminder that Deputy Reeve Ohl, Councillor Alger and Councillor McHugh are able to vote on this application as they were present at the public hearing. This application is requesting the second and third reading on the bylaw to amend the country residential land use district to create a 4-acre country residential subdistrict A parcel, leaving a 6-acre country residential district balance in Councillor Alger's division. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met, and I'd like to request second and third reading on the bylaw, please.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As was stated, this is in my area, nice young couple making a go of it in the county, and I have no concerns with this and give you the motion for second.
Okay, we have that motion for second. I trust we've all caught up. This is kind of skipping around. So we have a motion for second from Councillor Alger and the four returning.
The old.
Okay, we just need 1 second.
The old agenda is the right number.
The old agenda.
Yeah. Yeah, here's 170.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of paper.
Okay, are we ready? Okay, we have the motion for second from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. And third, Deputy Reeve Old gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's just skip back up. I misunderstood who was going to take D1. So let's go to D1, Alberta Government Rural Renewal Program Entrepreneur Stream, page. Okay, let's just reverse what I just said. We're just going to figure out who's coming in for that. Let's, I think that would, if our economic development officer could come in, that would be the best. Okay, let's go to D4, Irwin, Northwest 18, 19, 27, second and third readings. So this is page 240 or 176 of our old page. And there is an additional handout with this because there was an addition of a map. So Director Hemingway.
So council may recall this application. It was in November of 2025. Council granted first reading authorizing the subdivision of approximately 25-acre country residential parcel. We did zone it country residential sub-district A. And it does contain the improvements already on the parcel. It's about 14 acres and it is in Reeve Seawards division. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met. And you can see the actual survey design of the first parcel out, I'm assuming. Right, it's not, it's not that. It's a straight line across the top, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we let the applicant figure it out because she didn't know what size the parcel is. She didn't know what was going on. So it's a straight, that's not it. No, that's just a drawing that confuses you. So it is close to that. It's very close to that.
Okay, there's a lot of chitter chatter here and I'm not quite keeping up because our mics aren't on. So Director Hemingway, was that got her covered?
Yeah, if
Okay.
I could please have second and third reading on the land use bylaw, I would appreciate that very much.
Okay, and if I get some clarity on the map, there was something about a revised site plan and
Yeah.
I'm not quite understanding that. If you can.
Unfortunately, that's not correct. The site plan that was presented to council illustrated that wiggly line that followed the driveway. And you can see that in your second page. It says accepted site plan, but that was the site plan that was provided to council. The applicants have gone to a surveyor and they have not done that wiggly line across the north boundary. It's a straight line across the north boundary. It still is 14 acres.
Still, okay.
No, it's not. that. No.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a problem with this. I just want to, we might be putting the cart before the horse, but later on, we're going to be talking about red tape reduction, and this is the sub-district A is one of those issues. Is this the time to deal with that
No.
or not?
No,
Going forward would be the,
no. Yeah, it's going to take a long time to deal with those issues.
okay. That being said, I'm happy to give you the motion for second, if it's all right with the Reeve. As
Okay.
This is in his area.
I will take that motion for second, and yeah, as area council, I don't have a concern. Anybody else? Motion for second from Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. And third, Deputy Revol gives us that, all in favor? Motion carries. Okay, now let's go back up to D1, Alberta Government Renewal Stream Entrepreneur, page 209 or 145 of our council agenda. Thank you for coming and joining us, Economic Development Officer Laver. Go ahead. Not yet. The little face. No, the little face.
Hold it. Maybe it stopped just because of your.
There you go. There we go. Okay.
Okay, next.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Council, staff is seeking approval or council's approval to join the Alberta government's rural renewal program, specifically the entrepreneur stream. This allows qualified immigrant entrepreneurs to buy or start a business in the county. And I'll leave it with that with you for now.
Okay, and the Economic Development Committee did support this?
Correct.
Okay. And so the possible motion is direct administration to proceed with the application to join the Rural Renewal Program Entrepreneur Stream.
Yes.
Okay, we have that in front of us. Questions, comments from council? Anybody on the ECDev committee wanted to talk about this? Yeah, I guess we had a good discussion at our ECDev meeting about this, and it seems like a very positive fit for economic development in the community. So, Councillor Estes.
I would give you the motion to move forward with this.
Okay, motion from Councillor Estes to proceed with the application. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering where the county fits in with this as far as what's our obligation when the program is implemented. Where do we fit in? Like, where do we have our say?
We fit in from from the sense of writing a letter of approval for the immigrant entrepreneur.
Okay.
However, we can put some of our own rules around this.
Yeah.
And that's for probably we'll go back to the committee and decide what those rules might be.
Okay. Yeah. But we're kind of a letterhead supporter of it.
Yeah, because we're a letterhead at this point. But when you think about it, if we get people coming to say they want to start a pizza restaurant, for example, there's very few opportunities for certain types of businesses in the county.
Yep.
And so I think we'll be a little bit restrictive from that perspective. There's no point writing somebody a letter for a convenience store when there are no convenience stores unless they want to build their own convenience store.
Yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do seem to recall that during our Economic Development Committee meeting, there was quite a lot of talk about that this was not going to cost Foothills County anything. That was kind of an issue that we all needed clarification for. And yeah, there is no cost to the county. So I think that was a big draw for why we approved it, as I recall. Mr. Reeve.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Estes to proceed with the application to join the Rural Renewal Entrepreneur Stream. Don't anything further, all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you for coming. Okay, now let's go down to D5. I'm skipping over D2 because that might be a longer discussion, just in case you're wondering. So D5, Edge Tech Solutions Enterprises Development Permit 26D82. Page 246 or 182 of our council agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is a development permit council has seen previously on June 19th, 2024. The applicants have commenced some components of it and have determined that the setback that council allowed to be located 35 meters from the north property line, which was determined to be okay with Alberta Transportation, needs to be 30 meters from the north property line. That is the only amendment to this development permit. And as I said, this is in Deputy Reeves Oles division up in the Pritis area. And it is proposing a dwelling with a garage, a slight variance to the height, the relaxation of setbacks now from 35 meters to 30, and a temporary accessory building during construction. This is in direct control 22, again in the hamlet of Pritis area. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer you. They will have, again, 2 years to commence, or 1 year to commence and 1 year to finish. So a total of 2 years from the date council approves this.
Thank you. So we have possible options on page 187, sorry, of the old Deputy Revo. Go ahead.
Thank you. I poured over this just to see what the difference was and see what they're looking for. It looks mostly like the setbacks, which have been agreed to by Alberta Transportation. And that's the big deal because just in behind there is a plan to do some changes to the road for the Pritis Bridge improvement and some lanes. So if they've approved it, I'm just hoping they remember they have this project going on. That's all I had to kind of say in terms of any concerns, but really putting the house a little bit closer to that is just getting it closer to the traffic. And if they have agreed to it, I am in support of this change. So I'd be happy to move that forward. And it looks like just a
an approval.
single motion. Are we looking
That's
for?
motion of approval.
Okay, so I would put forward that, and I looked at the long list of essentially replacing the previous DP with this DP has similar requirements.
Exactly.
So
Okay, we have that motion for approval from Deputy Reeve Ole. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the variance in the height is from the normal 10 meters to 12 meters to allow for the solar panel array. That's like over? Yeah, but I mean, 6 feet higher on a dwelling, is that not kind of high? Ish? Is it? 12 is the same? Oh, the direct
Use your
control was only 10?
sure, sorry, if I may,
Go ahead.
I just want to say that it was agreed to because it's the same as the rest of the county.
Oh, okay, sorry, I missed that.
So, and that's okay because they came in with that question on purpose because they wanted to have a pitch that would work for working the roof out properly. And then they had to ask for that additional height to make it function. Thanks for the question.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I'm trying to interpret ATEC's language here. I just wanted to verify that they are okay with it. So roadside, who can interpret what that means? That is a yes or a no from them?
Alberta Transportation has indicated that they would allow up to a 10-meter setback, and the applicant is only requesting a 30-meter setback. So they're okay with it. And they've already issued the roadside development permit for it.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just kind of curious. I know this is very close to Highway 22 and Pritis Valley Road and the hamlet of Pritis, so I'm assuming that's why it got designated as direct control. I was just kind of curious about the history, unless I missed something there.
I can try. I was there. It's been a long time. These lots were created with the intention to allow for a home-based business in addition to a home. There wasn't anything in the land use district at that time, so this was 2006, something like that, maybe a little earlier. And when these lots were created, the intention of the developer, which was supported by council, was to allow for sort of a combination commercial entity and or a home. So one or the other. Now, it hasn't proceeded in that direction, and we have other options now. But that was the intention of the direct control district originally.
Okay, we have the motion from Deputy Reeve Old for approval of the DP. All in favor? Motion carries. And it is lunchtime. I'd like to give a motion to break for lunch. Councillor McHugh, all in favor? Motion carries. We'll see you back. welcome back. We just have a answer to our question from earlier from Director Hammond regarding the reserve transfers. We'll just go to him for his answer before we carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Prior to us just before going for lunch, the Reeve asked the question why there was no transfer to the Kelly Reserve. The reason was that back when the Kelly lots were developed, I think it was back in 2013 or so, the cost of developing the land was captured as land held for sale in our financial statements as an asset. Now, over the years, the amount that we've put back in there from the sales of the land has exceeded the cost of the land. So as you sell lots, you put it back against the inventory amount that you have in there. So your inventory goes down because as you sell lots, it's no more an asset for the county, is now an asset for whoever bought the lot. So if you put more than what has been captured as the cost of the land, or in other words, in accounting world, land held for sale, last year we did sell the remaining lots that were sold last year. In 2024, there was about 800,000 and change transferred. And you will see in the financial statement that in 2024, we have no land held for sale because we fully received all the proceeds or all the funds that we needed to offset the cost of the land. Now, in 2025, the remaining lots were sold for about 300 and something. That didn't get transferred to the reserve because there was no land to go against, and that was put in general revenue. So to answer the Reeves question, that's why we didn't transfer whatever was sold in 2025, for about 300,000 and change. Now, in 2025, you are going to see a line there that says land held for sale. And I think it's about 500,000 and change. That is the development of the new phase of the Kelly lots. That is the new phase. So,
okay, thank you for that. Okay, thank you for your time. Let's go to our red tape reduction piece, land use bylaw amendments. So D2, page 211 or 147 of our council agenda. We have a lengthy report and we'll turn it over to Planner Carr and Granson to lead us through.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. So today's report is intended to seek direction on potential land use bylaw amendments that were aimed at red tape reduction. I believe in October, Council asked staff to come back with solar and red tape reduction suggestions. Today, we're looking for direction on which topics Council wish to proceed with, as well as the preferred process for advancing with the topics, including whether we come back to Council with amendments or revisions, whether we proceed to public consultation on some of the topics, or whether we proceed directly to a public hearing with updated amendments based on today's discussion. We'll proceed by presenting each topic and allow Council the opportunity to discuss and ask questions before we proceed on to the next, if that is acceptable. If Council wishes to provide direction following each topic, they may do so or save the direction until the end. Drew and I are going to tag team this and switch off on topics. So with that, I'll let Drew proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first topic of consideration is for solar power systems. This is for private freestanding solar. Private solar power systems are intended for collecting solar energy for the use on the subject property, whether by the landowner, residents, agricultural use, or a business on the site. The system is generally expected to be equal to the consumption of the site over time.
So with no general commercial sale to the power grid, there may be incidental charge back. Any wall or roof powered mounted systems are currently exempt from requiring a development permit, provided they do not exceed the maximum height in the district. For freestanding solar systems, the current provisions allow for only very small systems of up to 1 square meter or 10.8 square feet, which can be located anywhere on a property, provided they are entirely within the property. These include fence energizers, trough heaters, electrified gate systems, and similar equipment. Arrays exceeding this 1 square meter or 10.8 square foot area, but less than 10 square meters, which is about 107 square feet. They are currently allowed without a development permit if they do not exceed the maximum height and are located at 2 times the minimum property line setback. Any systems larger than 10 square meters or 107.6 square feet, or any system that does not meet the double setback requirement does currently require a development permit approval. So between 2016 and 2020, there were 11 applications for personal solar, freestanding solar power systems. And from 2021 to 2025, this increased to 66 applications received. All of these applications were made on either country residential, agricultural, or industrial commercial districts. And no applications were received on lots under 2 acres in size. Of the 77 applications received in the last 10 years, only 1 application was refused by a development officer, and that application was not appealed by the applicant. The other 76 applications were approved by the Development Authority. 4 of those approvals were appealed by neighboring parties, and the Development Appeal Board upheld 3 of those 4 appeals. So council is asked to consider allowing for a reduced limitation on private ground-mounted solar systems, which would increase the number of proposals that would be exempt from requiring a development permit. With respect to potential sizes of exempt systems, administration notes that approved systems maxed out at 2,400 square feet on the country residential lots with an average size of 538 square feet. On agricultural districts, they were slightly smaller. The maximum approval was for a 1,200 square foot system, with the average being 420 square feet. And the heights range between about 4 feet and 35 feet tall. However, the average height was about 12 feet from grade to top, which is well underneath the maximum height for most land use districts. We had a look at industry standards and best practices for the size of typical systems, as well as size of standardized equipment. For residential sites in the top left, agricultural properties on the right, and typical acreage use on the bottom left. So based on typical solar panels, which are approximately 25 square feet each, being 3.5 foot by 7, a typical residential uses 7,200 kilowatt hours per year, which works out to about 12 to 14 panels or 300 to 350 square feet. Acreages require a little bit more energy, which was about 10,000 kilowatt hours a year, and resulted in about 400 to 500 square feet of array required to offset that consumption. And agricultural operations can vary greatly depending on the type of operation and the equipment that they're looking at charging. But the average arrays were noted a little over 1,000 square feet. So with those numbers in mind, administration suggests amending section 4.2 of the land use bylaw where no development permit is required, and could be amended as follows: to increase the small fence, gate, and livestock trough heater type equipment to allow for up to 25 square feet in size, as many of these systems are designed to utilize 1 standard panel. Therefore, staff suggests increasing it to that 2.25 square foot area. And these systems would still not be required to meet property line setbacks as long as they are entirely in the property. For systems larger than 25 square feet or more than 1 panel, essentially, administration suggests allowing for up to a cumulative area of 500 square feet of freestanding solar on residential properties of 1 acre and larger, and up to a cumulative area of 1,000 square feet on agricultural properties. Administration also suggests consideration of including and adding in a maximum height for freestanding solar systems of 15 feet in order to not require a development permit. And finally, administration suggests removing the requirement for ground mount solar systems to meet double the property line setback. Again, if the proposed system aligns with all of these policies, then they would be exempt from a development permit. If they do require any variances to size, height, or setbacks, then they would be dealt with as a discretionary use. So that's all I have for solar. We can discuss and answer questions, or we can move on to the next topic.
Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair and through the chair to the floor. You just said that your recommendation is to have 0 meters from the property line for the freestanding solar. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Estes. So for 0 property line setbacks, that would just apply to arrays that were less than 25 square feet. So basically, if it's one panel to energize a electric fence or a gate, anything like that, then it could be 0 setback, could basically be on the property line. Anything larger than that 25 square feet would need to meet the standard building setbacks. So that's typically 15 meters or 50 feet from a property line.
Okay, thanks.
Deputy Revol?
Thank you. I think after a number of years of experience and seeing the impact versus what was forecasted, I think this is a very good summary, and I support the numbers that you've come up with. I think with one of the estimates you had there is perhaps there might be a little more than 20 panels. It just depends on the age of the technology, but that panels are getting a bit smaller. So I know that you might be able to achieve that. But again, if you at least allow for the agricultural options to include over 1,000 square feet, probably just over 1,000 to achieve that, because the panels are usually put together in an array and they have different angles and they have a support for them. Because I'm not talking about pole mounted, I'm just talking about an array where they might be collected together, and I've seen those in a few different situations. So ground mount arrays. And then you've got some fail safes in there for double the setbacks. You've got some consideration that we've learned from the past. So I think this is a great step forward, and I'm sure, you know, this is not the large scale operations that have a lot of concern. These are people who want to power their home, put it on their roof, and have opportunities to do some solar offset of their footprint, of their electrical footprint. So I'm very supportive of the suggestions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So assuming the industrial commercial one, the number 1, that's the one just north on the number 2A here. And other than the application that was just revoked recently, has there been any other large industrial commercial applications in your recent memory, or just those 2?
I don't know if we've actually maybe turned to.
Go ahead, Director Hemingway.
So there has been in various steps going towards the AUC or completed through the AUC process, a total of 4 commercial scale solar applications. Only 2 have gone completely through the AUC process and have been approved. One of those withdrew after the AUC process was completed and has now come back into a much smaller scale. So council will likely see a land use application for that. But this is beyond what Karina and Drew are talking about right now. I know, I realize you understand that. So you will see a land use. I expect you to see another land use application for a commercial scale solar application in the near future that council already dealt with once and approved, but has come back again in a smaller footprint program.
Okay, that's all we got on the solar. So I guess carry on to number 2.
Thank you. I'll pass it over to Karina.
Thank you. The next topic for consideration then is the introduction of the waiver to development permit requirements on Subdistrict A parcels in some situations where the proposed development is not affecting the factors that are related to the Subdistrict A. So as you can see here, we have minimal statistics, but there are currently 704 properties within Foothills County that have that Subdistrict A designation on them. We've shown you here a breakdown of the different land use districts and the numbers of Subdistrict A applications we have. Designation is placed on properties at the time of the land use amendment prior to the subdivision. If there are concerns due to things like limited building envelope, slope stability, high water table, drainage, and other limiting factors. So in some instances, the landowner may wish to develop in a manner that's not affecting the limiting factor enforced under the Subdistrict A. So we've kind of tried to provide an example here where Subdistrict A was set due to a specific septic system requirement, and the landowner would have obtained a development permit to allow for the initial development of the dwelling and the septic system. Then subsequently wish to construct a detached accessory building or a shop on the property. And even if the building is within the limited size and doesn't have a water system or septic system, such as a bathroom, the district states that they still must obtain a development permit due to the Subdistrict A. So the purpose of the waiver then would be to allow for the development officer the authority to let the landowner proceed with obtaining a building permit without the requirement of a development permit, provided that the development does not interact or affect with the specific restriction under the Subdistrict A, in this case being the septic field location. So if the proposal is affected by the limitation under the Subdistrict A designation, then a development permit would still be required. But we do see instances like this where it's an application for something that is not impacted by the intent of the Subdistrict A, and this would grant us the ability to waive the development permit and proceed directly to the building permit. So I think that's all we have for that topic. If council has questions or discussion.
Deputy Revol.
Well, thank you for the report on that and for going down that direction, because this is a really big deal. And to change it over to this situation, I mean, there's some more coming up on your big deal list today, but the thoughtfulness of which you are able to handle it and how you can handle it is going to help with the citizens, but also still have an ability for us to check in on things that are unique to each of the parcels where we were concerned about certain aspects of the application. So I just think it's a great thing to revisit, and thank you for all the statistics that helps us to understand the amount of applications that will be affected by future development permits that are going to be required. So thank you for the work on this.
I don't see anybody else, so carry on to number 3.
See if I can get through this one. Under patient. Okay, we're going to skip ahead a few because this is a larger topic. Let's go to lot coverage.
Okay, just due to time before the public hearing that's coming up, we'll skip to a quicker one. So the next topic then would be revision to the maximum lot coverage provisions to allow for flexibility in comprehensively planned developments or area structure plans, for example, where the development is supported by a stormwater management plan. Currently, policies implement a fixed maximum lot coverage, which is 50% in many of the residential districts and 60% in some of the commercial districts. The maximum site coverage, of course, considers the cumulative area of all impervious surfaces on a property, such as buildings, driveways, and other solid surfaces. So there currently are no provisions to vary a maximum site coverage. And as such, administration is suggesting the inclusion of a statement or as supported by a stormwater management plan prepared by an accredited professional to the respective policies within some of the districts that we've listed here. This would align with similar provisions that we have under the general industry and industrial edge district. It has that statement in there, and we just want to expand it to the others so that we don't have to require development permits in those instances where they can just do stormwater management. So yeah, if council has questions or concerns on this one.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay.
Can fit one more? We have to switch meetings, so
I would
maybe
guess
we'll,
You probably would rather we just, you have a 1:30 hearing, right?
yeah.
we just-
So let's just take a pause and
Sure.
you guys can come back in. I'm not sure when, but we'll
Okay.
get a hold of you. And we have to change meetings, I think. So we'll just take a couple minutes and get set up. Welcome back. I will open the public hearing this afternoon for 2480574 Alberta Limited, amendment to country residential, MR and ER. This is on page 180 of our council agenda. Ms. Stanley, will you please introduce council and administration?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today in council, we have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Ellen Alger, Councillor John Castell. No, Callister, that's twice. I apologize. It's the C's. And Councillor Laura Kendall.
Thank you. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearing this afternoon. We will start our hearing with a presentation from our planning officer, Curly. Following that, we will go to the applicant and for your presentation and your agent as well, for your presentation or any comments that you have. Following that, we will go to members of the public who wish to speak to the application. From there, we will go to closing comments, first to the applicant and agent, and then back to the planning officer. In terms of public comment, we do ask people to keep comments relevant to the application at hand today. Everybody will be given one opportunity to speak, and this is your opportunity to share with council your perspective on the application. With that, Planning Officer Curley, please proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you is a request to redesignate the parcels from agricultural district to country residential district and municipal reserve. This is done to allow the future subdivision of 18 new country residential district parcels around an internal road and a municipal reserve parcel. An environmental reserve easement is proposed on lots 1 through 10 of the country residential district parcels due to steep slopes. Further, a site-specific amendment is requested for a second single-family dwelling to remain on the proposed Lot 1. The parcels are within Division 7. The project area is located 1.4 kilometers southwest of Rocky View County and the Bow River, and 1.2 kilometers north of Highway 552 East. The project area is bordered by 2253 Drive East and 112th Street East. The project is within an area that includes a mix of agricultural lands, shown in green, and country residential developments, shown in orange, including 2 area structure plans within a half-mile here. The Heritage Heights School is approximately 7 kilometers to the west. The northwest and northeast quarter sections of Section 28, Township 21, Range 28, west of the 4th Meridian, include part of lands that were formerly taken by a Royal Canadian Air Force airport during World War II, which had a triangular layout. This airport is still considered to have 2 active runways. The land file showed this map from around 1975, which has what looks like flight paths for each runway. I have broken up the area in 4 regions of interest, numbered 1 to 4. In Area 1, a subdivision in 1975 made the project parcels have their present configuration. The south portion of these quarter sections were developed into country residential districts between 1975 and 2006. In Area 2, to the south and southeast, subdivisions occurred between 1990 and 2007. With 1 country residential district parcel approved north of the road, while 41 were approved to the south across the 3 quarter sections. 15 of the country residential district parcels are within the Cooley View Estates area structure plan as established in 2001. In areas 3 and 4 to the west, subdivisions occurred between 1975 and 2025, with 19 country residential district parcels in Area 3 and 27 country residential district parcels in Area 4. 13 of these lots are within the Sunset Ridge Area Structure Plan as established in 2004. In 2019, Council refused a redesignation application involving a 2-acre parcel west of the subject parcels. The proposal sought redesignation to District 26, dog kennels and facilities, and a site-specific amendment to relax the 300-meter setback from nearby dwellings for a private dog park. The subject parcels are zoned as agricultural district and total 112 acres. Lands adjacent to the application are zoned country residential district to the south and west, except for one 2.84 acre country residential subdistrict A parcel and agricultural district to the north and east. Other parcels in the area are zoned agricultural district, are municipal reserve parcels, or in transition from agricultural to country residential district. The proposal asks Council to consider the redesignation of the subject parcels from agricultural district to country residential district in order to allow the future subdivision of 18 country residential district parcels between 4.41 acres and 9.18 acres with a 9.57 acre municipal reserve parcel and 16.4 acres of environmental reserve easement due to the slopes along 2253 Drive East that are unsuitable for development. Access to the proposed lots is done from a proposed internal paved road with a cul-de-sac, with the exception of Lot 1, which has an existing approach. The right-of-way is 30 meters, and the surface is 7.6 meters across. Proposed lots 2 through 12, or through to 18, are to have individual water wells and septic systems, and are proposed to have water cisterns to address the concerns of neighbors regarding water availability. Lot 1 has existing installations. The subject parcel is undeveloped except for lots 1 and 2 and the municipal reserve, with multiple buildings proposed to be removed outside of lot 1. However, a site-specific amendment is requested for a second single-family dwelling on proposed lot 1. You can see here the existing development, including buildings to be removed as shown in bright red. Following this proposal, there would remain 2 single-family dwellings of approximately 100 square meters of footprint each, one 282 square meter barn, and one 14.3 square meter granary, as well as 2 horse shelters that total 68 square meters. 4 shops shown in dark red near the north proposed property line of lot 1 are presently closer than 15 meters from the side property line, but are intended to be removed to respect the 15-meter setback. The total cumulative size of accessory buildings would be 481.5 square meters within 8 accessory buildings, which exceeds the 325.2 square meters and 4 buildings as permitted for the proposed country residential district parcel size as per the land use bylaw. A variance would be necessary on these buildings. Looking at the physiography, the subject parcel is a lightly sloped plateau on the north section, but has steep southward slopes on the south section along 2253 Drive East, which is proposed to be covered by an environmental reserve easement. The provision of environmental reserve easement is conditional on the mutual agreement of the county and the landowner. Drainage on this property feeds into the Highwood River to the east. Here is a view from 112th Street facing northwest, and a view of the existing approach. From the corner of 112th Street and 2253 Drive, the 2 dwellings are visible at the top of the hill, as well as accessory buildings. And there is a visual of the slope along 2253 Drive facing east and west. The application was externally circulated to those agencies as required under the Municipal Government Act. ATEC and ATCO Gas and Transmission provided written responses stating no concerns. The application was circulated to the county's Public Works Department, who made the following recommendations. For land use, they recommend the provision of a stormwater management plan in a traffic impact assessment, as these may identify upgrade requirements for subdivision. For subdivision, they recommend septic disposal evaluations and building envelopes for lots 2 through 18. Further, they recommend the following for subdivision: a contribution to upgrade 112th Street East to a paved surface from the project parcel to Highway 552 East to accommodate increased traffic. The contribution would be in an amount of approximately $452,000, although the traffic impact assessment may reveal additional upgrades to the road. Approaches within the project may need to be common approaches if there are any congested areas. Finally, Public Works indicate that the provided groundwater supply assessment indicates high likelihood that water wells will produce adequate water for each lot, but a Q20 report is still required as proof of water for each lot. A road use agreement will be required if the water cisterns need continuous hauling in, as 112th Street East is banned at 75% in spring. The application was circulated to 104 landowners within a half mile of the subject parcel's quarter section within the county in blue. 3 letters were received prior to today's hearing. Notice of this public hearing was advertised in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on April 15th and April 22nd, with no written queue.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you may have at this time. I just had one question about the airstrip to the north there. Is that still a registered airstrip with NAV Canada?
Through the chair to council, it seems to be active and considered active, as in airplanes could land on it if needed.
Okay. Okay. And was NAV Canada circulated on the application?
They were not.
They were not. Okay. Thank you. I don't see any questions from council, so I will go to the applicant and agent for your presentation. If you can start by introducing yourselves and then please proceed.
Thank you, Reeve and members of council. My name is Robert Weston. I'm an architect and a planner, and I'm acting as a consultant for the landowner on this project. And I'll introduce Seth Allred to my left, who is one of the landowners, and he's here to address any questions that you may have as well. I appreciate the opportunity to make this presentation, and also appreciate the information that was just provided. It was quite concise. Let me see if I hit the right button. Here we go. So to begin with, when my client was first investigating the opportunity to purchase this land, there was some due diligence work done, including reviewing county policies, meeting with the local councillor and with planning staff, discussions with some of the neighbors, and these were face-to-face discussions. And as we started the process, we obviously examined policy documents that exist with the county, including the GMS Central District policies. And we recognized that there were several options that potentially could be used to develop this land. Initially, we were looking at the possibility of creating 5 new agricultural parcels, roughly 21 acres in size. The maximum lot density allowed under county policy for country residential for this property would be 23 parcels. And as a result of consultation and looking at the site, the decision was made to develop 18 parcels, which would include the homestead parcel and 17 new roughly 5-acre parcels. Pierre David has given a pretty good description of the context of the land with respect to fragmentation. And we recognize that there is a significant amount of fragmentation that has occurred in this area. And the proposal before you today basically complies with the type of development that has been approved in this area. We also looked at the land use agricultural capability for the land, and the information that was provided to us was that there's a limit, from a slight to moderate limit due to soil conditions on the land, due to water, slope, inadequate heat units, and inadequate moisture for optimal growth. The Gordon Furby family owned this land for quite a number of years. And Gordon had indicated to family members that the land was difficult to grow hay crops for the use that he was trying to use the land for. We feel that based on this research that we've done, that the land is suitable for rezoning for the country residential uses that we're requesting. I'll just go through this quickly. These are some slides of recent developments in the area where country residential lots were approved. And in particular, the land at 32nd Street East, 12 lots were approved in 2025, and the 48th Street East land, 18 lots were approved in 2024-25. I think the important document, policy document that applies to this land is your growth management strategy. Our land is located in the northeast area of the Central District. The Central District is a district that has been identified that will accommodate the majority of the county's future residential growth and development. The Central District has been the growth engine for the county, and the trend is expected to continue according to that document. There has been and continues to be significant development and fragmentation of lands in this district. And we feel that this proposal fits within the intent of the growth management strategy in the Central District. We've looked at the plan, and I won't spend a lot of time at this point. It's been covered quite well by Pierre David. One thing that I will note is the entry at the northwest corner, just above the municipal reserve. We had originally intended to bring that in at the property line interface to the north. After consultation with the neighbor who lives to the west of 112th Street, they requested that we shift that entry to the south to provide protection to their entry. They've had some concerns about traffic driving across the road into their property and felt that that was a safety issue. And so we made the decision to shift that entry to the south to avoid that. And obviously this will be designed at the transportation impact assessment stage to make sure that sightlines work. Topography for this land, the total area of land flows from north to south to 2253 Drive East. Again, we've provided an ER easement to protect drainage channels that are occurring on this land and the steep slopes that occur at the bottom end of the property. And then we've provided a municipal reserve, which is based on the area of the total area of the land, less the area dedicated for ER easement. I'll just go through this quickly. With the exception of lot 1 and 2, the average lot size is 5 acres roughly. The internal road design meets county standards. The landowner is considering providing a tree planting buffer at the north boundary of the property. Domestic water will be by groundwater wells. In order to conserve groundwater, we have decided to require each lot to build a water system, a cistern with trucked in water. That water system will not be connected to the well, and there will be a homeowners association established for this property that will have rules and regulations that will prevent lot owners to connect groundwater to their water system. And we feel that this will help conserve the groundwater on the land. There has been a discussion about Lot 1 variances, and I'll just indicate again that we are looking to relocate the shops from the area within the setback area to a location in the building footprint area. And then the buildings in red will be removed from the property. In summary, we feel that the land meets the policies required for development and land use redesignation. The subject parcel of land is all within an already subdivided agricultural section. Contiguous ag parcels will not negatively be affected by the proposed redesignation. Overland drainage flows to 2253 Drive. No minimum distance separation requirements issues as defined by the Alberta Practices Act have been identified on the land. And no roads leading to agricultural lands go through the proposed development. At the end of my presentation, I'll just make note that we have our groundwater consultant here available to answer questions if council desires. We've already had the discussion regarding land use or neighbor consultation. There was a fair amount of that that took place prior to us beginning to this application. And we want council to know that we will continue in that effort to consult with neighbors in an effort to address concerns that any of them might have. In conclusion, we note that the land is within the central district of the growth management strategy, which is considered the prime area for residential growth in the county. It does not negatively impact the operations of neighboring agricultural lands. It addresses policies of the municipal development plan and land use bylaw. It provides a contribution to 112th Street infrastructure upgrades, provides municipal reserve land for the benefit of the county, provides an environmental reserve easement to protect overland drainage flows, provides additional residential tax revenue to the county, and it is adjacent to and compatible with existing country residential development in the community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Was there anybody else on your team that wished to speak or that's here for questions? Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you may have at this time. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant. Can you go back 3 or 4 slides? I'm just trying to understand your brown buffers around the lots. Are you just
which slide did you want to see?
Anyone, that one will work. So the brown buffers you have around the lots, you're just identifying
setback.
What's the brown buffer?
It's this, I think it's the setback, right? Is this the brown?
Oh,
Yeah.
That is the building setback. That's a 15-meter setback from property line.
Okay.
And that establishes the footprint of the buildable area.
Okay, thanks for that. And okay, the area of the municipal reserve in this diagram is
9.5 plus acres.
So what do you, I guess, what value do you see for this for the municipality?
Go ahead.
Just talking. Yeah. So when we met with planning, they, I guess, wanted us to show MR, one with MR and one with not. One design showing an MR lot and then one without it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Deputy Revol.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm over here. Thank you. I'm just wanting to clarify. I see ER, but then I realize you did state here ERE, so environmental reserve easement, so that it does stay with the title of each property. I just want to clarify that.
That is correct.
Great. I just want to clarify because I was reading on one and then the other says I see the easement. So thank you for clarifying that. The other is, yes, I would like to hear about the water. So if you don't mind having your expert speaking about the water, that would be excellent.
Thank you for that opportunity.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Hugo. I'm a professional geologist with Grid 3. We did a desktop study of the area. The wells, to be honest, are not great. They're mostly they're adequate. They're adequate for a household supply for each lot. if you want a community well, I would have my doubts. A lot of the wells obtain water from more than one aquifer, which you can have for domestic wells, but not for a licensed community well. The wells, when I did the regional assessment, the wells are, or the groundwater, I would say, is somewhat worse towards the west, but better on this quarter section. There's one advantage with a 5-acre parcel is that if one well does not prove capable enough, there's room to drill an additional well on a 5-acre parcel, not so much on a 2-acre parcel. But so there's an opportunity to both use multiple aquifers and have more than one drilling location on each lot.
Sorry if I might follow up on that.
Yeah.
And then your investigation of the neighboring properties, you were sort of indicating that it kind of drops off to the west in terms of the amounts.
Yes, that's basically true.
Okay.
There's a fair amount of dry and abandoned or not completed wells on the west, towards the west. So that's the so I mean, they're not throughout the area. They're not they're mostly suitable for individual households, but they're not 20-gallon minute wells.
Right. And therefore the suggestion for irrigation.
Well, that's what the
Alternative.
point of the cistern is, to reduce the demand. Our demands, according to the Water Act, each lot is entitled to 1,250 cubic meters a year, which is 750 gallons a day, which is quite high. And maybe that's to account for perhaps if people want to do a lot of irrigation or car washing or something. But in practice, each lot usually uses about 200 gallons a day, or it depends on how many people are in the house and stuff like that. But certainly if you have cisterns, that will lower that water demand, which is accounted for in the 750 gallons a day by quite a bit.
And you can impose a cistern
I think that's
with the HOA. I guess that's something
like that's not.
you figure that out that way. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your explanation.
Okay.
Okay. I don't see anybody. Yeah, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just an observation that I don't know if anybody's familiar with the spaghetti 20s that we've been kind of burdened with, but half of these lots seem to be very long and rectangular, which I would argue is only creates long fence lines which need to be maintained. And regarding, you could just drill a different well. Well, depending on where the house is, that's an awful long water line, depending on where you're going to have to drill a bunch of wells with these. Half of them are very long rectangular lots, which I don't find very practical.
Okay. And was there a question there or? Okay. Okay, I don't see anybody else. So at this point in time, we will go to members of the gallery that wish to speak, or members of the public, I should say. First on my list, I have a Jane Kai in person here. Are you wishing to speak? No. Okay. Next, I have a Kai Zhang registered online. Are you are there? You can unmute yourself and please proceed.
Thank you for your opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Casey Zhang. I recently purchased an agricultural property located east of Foothills County. I'm speaking today in support of the proposal subdivision application by 2480574 Alberta Ltd. Regarding this land to subdivision approximated into 18 lots. In my view, this proposal subdivision is a reasonable and appropriate use of the land. It aligns with the ongoing development pattern in the area and provides opportunity for rural residential growth while still maintaining the character of the community. As neighborhood landlord, I do not have a concern regarding this application. I believe it can positively contribute to local area by supporting ordering development and increase land use efficiency. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council administration? I don't see any, so thank you very much for sharing. Next on my list, I have a Lisa Rideout and Kelsey Breen. I believe you are online. You can unmute yourselves and I don't see you, but I do see that you're still muted. Oh, there you were
Hello, can you
unmuted
hear
for
me
just
now?
oh, there we can hear you. Yep, go ahead.
Perfect. I do apologize for the background noise as I am sitting at an airport right now. So I do have a couple of questions. Why not the five parcels at 21 acres? Why did we go to the 17 five parcel acres?
We can certainly leave those questions out there and the applicant can answer them when we come back to their turn. But
Okay. My other question is looking for the additional opportunities to drill well. What is meant by an adequate water for the area? Myself personally, I do have issues with my own water, so I just like to know what adequate means to be able to add additional wells in the area, which was specified that they were not great, especially if you're going to add any sort of agriculture animals to that area. It says he just mentioned, the gentleman that was there mentioned that it was best for house only. At 5 acres of land, who's going to manage any sort of livestock that's on that property?
okay, and again, we'll just leave the question out there for if the applicant chooses to answer it later.
Okay, and then my last question. So sorry, I apologize. My last question is agricultural land in the area. I did submit a letter regarding the groundwater and flooding adjacent to the property off of 2253 Drive East to the south of it. That is a concern as it already does flood as it is. If we have any sort of overwaterage, rain or anything like that, or drainage, with having additional driveways, additional housing, that drainage is going to actually create more of a problem for us, in my opinion. Looking at how we've flooded into 2024, we had some floodings in that area as well. And that's everything. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do see we have a letter from you as well. So thank you for that. Did council or administration have any questions, Lisa? I don't see any, so thank you very much. Next on my list, I have Susan Pear. I believe you are with us. Did you wish to speak? Just come up to the mic here so we can all hear you. Thanks.
I think my only concern is we live on 258115, just down the street.
Sorry, you gotta get close to the mic.
Right? We live on 258115. My only concern is I worry so much about the water, and I just think like you're putting a lot of lots in there that are going to be using water, and I don't know how the water runs under there. So of course, but I'm worried our well is really good. And I'm just thinking, what happens just because all these homes and they're using water for a lot of people aren't water conscious, right? And it just worries me that then all of a sudden my water is going to dry up. And another concern is 112th Street isn't well maintained very well. And I get how many more cars and vehicles are going to be going down that road. It's a big concern. I mean, it's quite nice now, but that road, there's big gravel trucks always using that road. And I just think it's getting deteriorating. It's just going to happen more and more. You get that many more homes in. But that's just my only concern, and two big ones actually for me, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from council? I don't see any. We'll now go to Jackie and Don Berglund. Did you wish to speak?
So like Sue, I am also concerned about water. We are just to the east of this proposed subdivision, and we're the only other one on that side of the road to the east. And again, like Sue, our well has been incredible. We've been out there for 30 years, never an issue. And because we are the only other one on that side of the road, I'm concerned putting in 18 new wells is gonna deteriorate or destroy ours. So that is my big concern as well as the water.
Okay, I think we got a question for you from Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the concerned resident. How deep's your well there?
Oh, Dawn, do you know? Around 100.
And it's up at the top, not down at the bottom?
It's
at the
well,
bottom.
it's
Great.
not all the way down in the valley. It's okay, whatever. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
So, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, I have Leanne Rook. I see you online. You can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Thanks for hearing me. Most of my concerns are the same as the rest of my fellow residents in the area. My biggest thing is that environmental reserve. I face it. I mean, I'm right downhill from it. And the diagram to me shows that these lots actually have access to that. And I want to know what that entails. Are they going to be building fences down there and having their dogs running down and barking, or horses and things like that? And I think that needs to be addressed somewhat, because it will deteriorate that ridge very quickly if there's livestock on it. I'll tell you that right now. But yes, and water. Everybody's concerned about water. So if they can address that, I'd be happy. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? I don't see anything, so thank you very much, Ms. Rook.
Thank you.
Next on my list, I have Donna Taylor. Did you wish to speak? Perhaps not here today. Okay. Next we'll go to Anita Kraus. Did you wish to speak?
Thank you, councillors and gentlemen and my fellow neighbors. I live on 2253 Drive East. My parents are the driveway that is directly across from the new development. I appreciate that you guys have listened to our concerns and addressed them. Unfortunately, there's still concerns that are out there. We moved to the country, to Foothills, for the country living. Looking at our windows, being outside, enjoying our horses outside, the cattle, the farmers, cattle drives down the street. This development with 5-acre lots completely takes that away, that area. And as you presented, there's a lot of development already occurring in the area with spaghetti lots that you don't have that rural lifestyle anymore. We've talked about 112th not being sufficient for the traffic that this is proposing. You also have to remember that Dumbo Road from 80th Street to 112th is the same road. It's not meant for a lot of traffic. You're proposing to put money towards the road development. I don't know what the budget is for that, but I'm sure there's going to be some of my tax dollars that also has to, sorry, fighting allergies, that also has to contribute to road development of Dumbo Road and 112th. And I would expect that 2253 is going to see a lot more traffic as well as 552. This development in the outskirts that it's at, you only have 112th connecting between Dumbo Road and 552. There's no road access on the other side because it's the river. So it's a limited access area. And again, you have all that agricultural land being lost. As my fellow neighbors have talked about, water concerns. We always have water concerns because we all are on wells. With the development, you have all the traffic that's going to be occurring for development. That's bringing a lot more people out into the area. That's going to increase the potential for crime. When ATCO was out there doing developments, the crime is skyrocketed for all of us. Everybody was getting hit daily, weekly. So increasing that traffic coming out to us is going to be increasing our crime rate. The development, of course, any of these developments where you're bringing in lots of lots into small areas is taking away that rural environment from why we live where we live. Wildlife is also losing their habitat. We have a lot of deer. Sometimes we're lucky we get to see some moose going through there. When we're putting in more developments, we're losing that habitat for the wildlife. You have addressed that driveway concern that we have for my dad's driveway, because at the end of the day, if somebody's driving into his gate, I'm the one who has to fix it. My dad's a senior, so I have enough to do without having to fix a gate. So I appreciate that you did address that. But as you pointed out, it comes down to the road department that's going to make that final decision on where that road is. 96th Street, T-bones in at Dumbo Road into a private driveway. That gate is damaged multiple times every year. And the landowner is one who has to fix it, not anybody else. 194th T-bones into Spruce Meadows Way, which I'm not sure if that's part of Foothills or Calgary. I'm kind of unclear there. That driveway has lights on it, a arm that's down on the before the gates. It's damaged weekly. My kids live up in that area, so I see it all the time. Somebody's always driving through that gate. So I would really stress, if the road department, if you approve this development, that the road department really keeps that driveway, that road access away from being directly across from my parents' driveway. They would be here today as well to express that concern, but I know they did call yourselves, and I believe they spoke to you as well, Councilman, on their concerns on this development. Just checking the rest of my notes here. So as I said, we've enjoyed the view and the lifestyle, seeing the cattle and the horses grazing, the deer, the farmers tending their crops, the cattle drives down our road. It's just part of the lifestyle that we're living. And if you're allowing housing developments of this smaller portions to come in, as you've pointed out, the spaghetti lots, it is dramatically damaging the lifestyle that all of us have living in the foothills, which I believe is part of your mandate, if that's the right word, of being rural. If we continue to make these developments with small lots on it, this one and the next one, soon Foothills County is like many of the communities surrounding Calgary, and it's all houses and no rural life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kraus. Any questions from council? Councillor Kendall has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the concerned residents. Sorry, your father's driveway is just to the the west of the existing, like on 112th Street?
On 112th Street. In the original plans that they had proposed, the road access was directly across from Dad's driveway. And now they've moved it, so it's, I believe, 20 meters to the south of Dad's driveway. Okay. So that keeps people from running into his driveway and keeps the lights from coming down his driveway at him. Right. If the road department maintains having that access south.
Thank you.
The concern there is also that your road department might talk about is 112th, and you come up north from 2253 is a hill, as you can see from, because a lot of the easements there on the side of the hill. So you have a hill there, and then it straightens out. So your road department may decide that there's visual concerns there. From my father's experience and my neighbor's experience, actually being closer to the hill allows you to see the traffic coming up the hill. with Dad's driveway a little bit further north, he finds that he has to really make sure he triple checks who might be coming up the hill because they crest it pretty quick. Whereas if you're closer to the hill, you'll be able to see down the hill better. Does that make sense?
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the concerned resident, I just wanted to verify that, yes, I did receive a call from your parents. Thank you. And that your points expressed their views. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next on my list, Teresa Berglund. Okay, nothing. Okay. Next we have, I believe it's Hope Johnson and Mike McGann. Or is it just Mike?
Good afternoon to everyone. My concerns too are water for one, but traffic. And will there be the possibility that the roads will have to be expanded from 2 lanes to 4 at some point in time to handle the traffic? And of course, what about people riding their horses with that exponential traffic that's going to be running down 112?
Okay, thank you very much. And I have a Mike McGann. Is he with you or is he separate? They're together. Okay.
I have just one other thing, sorry. Also with, I mean, you're looking at 18 developments. That's, let's say, an average of 4 people minimum per house. That's another 72 people living there. So with all the dogs, ATVs, dirt bikes that are contributing to all of that, it just interrupts the whole urban lifestyle or rural lifestyle that we've moved there to enjoy to begin with. Thank you.
Any questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Next, I'll go to Kay Summers-Gill. If you wish to speak. Kay Summers-Gill.
I'm part of the applicant with Seth Allred. I did grow up in Springbank, and so I understand some of their concerns. I grew up on a quarter section, and so I know the lifestyle. Our family would like to have a lot, build on a lot. I do have 3 grandchildren that are in that come from the city to Heritage Heights School and have attended. My oldest is in 8th grade now, and they will continue going to Heritage Heights. And so we would like to build on one of the acres.
Okay, any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll go back online to Donna Reed. I see you are online there now if you wish to speak.
Hi, thanks for the second chance here. Computer glitch on the unmute, and the administrator had turned off chat, so I couldn't reach out to them. Anyways, just to reiterate what everybody has said, you know, we've been out here for 33 years. I apologize, I can't remember the gal that was talking about just the lifestyle out here. And I mean, we want to encourage people to have this type of lifestyle, but not to have it change so radically, right? What, you know, what's going to happen to 112th? Is it going to be widened? What can it handle the extra volume of traffic, water? I know Sue, our neighbor, she spoke earlier. She lives across the street and she bragged about her well, but our well, it's not very good. It's steady, but it's definitely doesn't produce a lot. So we're really worried about, you know, what happens if we have to put in a cistern. We don't have the financial means to do that. We plan on retiring here in the next couple of years, and we don't also have the room for it. So Just like everybody else has said, those are our main concerns is the traffic, the well, the environment, all of that. So thanks for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? I don't see any, so thank you very much, Ms. Reed. We'll now go to Mike Parsons and Diana, if you wish to speak.
Thank you. Our major concerns are water, of course. Every time they drill wells anywhere around us, we have odor in our water for 2, 3, 4 weeks. We're not that far. We're just southeast of this location. The other thing concern is traffic. Like you talked about $450,000 towards 112th Street, but that's going to make that a drag strip because 2253 already is, 128th Street already is, everyone coming up from the campground. So we've got all that traffic summer. We've got an airport next door with touch and goes. And now we've got helicopters taking off, hovering over, going over all our houses. It's taken the rural out of living in the country. We got helicopters over top. We're going to have a whole bunch more traffic, a concern about water. You talked about cisterns, but I didn't hear the word required or definitely. I heard asked to put in. Okay. It's not the way I heard it. My apologies. But, putting in a cistern, yeah, that could help some. But you're still going to be pumping a lot of water, 18 lots, horses, because it's over 3 acres. Every kid wants a pony. So water and traffic, and that's our 2 concerns, I guess.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from council? I don't see any, so thank you very much for coming today. Next, go to Greg Christensen, if you wish to speak.
Good afternoon. I'm here as an interested party in considering to put a deposit or purchase one of these lots. I've enjoyed living rurally for quite a long while now on a couple of different places near Calgary. I understand the concerns with water. In the area that I currently live, the wells vary widely within a very short distance from where we live. Our particular well is 390 feet deep, and we get at best a half a gallon a minute. So we've been able to operate our house with a cistern so that the well will deposit into the cistern, and when we draw out of the cistern for our home needs. And that's very workable in our situation. So anyway, the main reason I'm here is because I wanted to hear kind of the reports on water for one, and for lot size, the concerns of neighbors, and because I as well enjoy having elbow room and having a more quiet living atmosphere, so that I don't really care for living in a city or in an urban area at all. And so yeah, that's my concern for being here, is just to get an idea of how this development is being set up, to understand the implications of water and the land use and the neighbors and what kind of lifestyle is available there. That would be all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the resident, I guess, where do you currently reside?
I live on Retreat Road, just outside of Cochrane.
Outside of Cochrane?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the gallery that wishes to speak that has not had an opportunity? Come on up. Oh, you're on the list? I didn't. Sorry. Yeah, if you can just start by giving us your name and then proceed.
My name is Travis Priest. I live on 2253 between 96 and 112th to the south side. Moved there 9 years ago for the rural living and to prepare to retire. As Anita had addressed, she addressed all our concerns. Dunbow Road was never brought up. I know Anita brought it up, but there was no mention of upgrading that road. We talked about 452,000 for 112. A lot of this traffic is most likely going to come from Calgary along Dunbow. So that will need to be upgraded. The applicant also addressed all the current developments being done. We had another development. How is this going to impact our policing and fire in the area? That's a question to look at. You know, that means more taxpayers' money. That, you know, are we prepared to do that? So, I mean, they're my concerns, as well as the water as well. I have a well that's drilled 180 feet. I get just over 1 gallon a minute. So again, a concern, you know, if we have to put in a cistern, that's a cost to us, and then filling that cistern all the time. So again, Dunbow and 112 are not designed to carry this extra traffic, and with the development, the extra commercial traffic that'll be coming on those roads. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Priest, when the Reeve asked about the airport being operative, I noticed you nodding in the back row there. Do you have some inside information you can tell me as to how much that's used or what your feelings are as the use of the airport?
I'm not aware of it actually being used, but it is referred to as the Southeast Calgary Airport. I do have a friend who is ex-military and was in the Air Force, so yeah, it is still an active airport.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Chair to the concerned resident. So you spoke to Dunbow Road. So if I do my math, your concern would be from 80th Street to 112th and then another half mile or so south on 112th. Is that what you're referencing?
That would be correct. Yes. Yeah.
So all that MRO along there.
Okay.
And then I don't know, did you express a concern about 2253 or?
No, I did not express a concern about 2253, just identifying where I live. I'm quite happy living on my road, which is about 1 level above gravel.
Okay. Okay. And Deputy Revol.
Sure. Thank you for everybody for sharing. I'm just going to broach this question about less lots. Is there any appetite for less lots?
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
You're yourself and yeah, I know we all have these things covering most of our bodies here. So just peeking above that like Wilson. So just wondering about your opinion on less lots. The application today is for 18 in total because it's 17 new, 1 existing.
Oh, so as I believe someone addressed earlier, looking at maybe 5 lots. I think that was one of the original plans, 5 lots at just 20 plus acres, I believe. Less lots at 5 would probably be more acceptable. It still keeps that rural. You know, I look at Davisburg, which is the community that we live in. And if you look at the motto on the sign, it says traditional country community. With an HOA that's been mentioned, does that sound like a traditional country community to you?
Thanks for your comments.
Okay, thank you very much. That was all. Anybody else in the gallery that didn't get a chance yet that wants to speak? I don't see any. So with that, we'll go to closing comments, starting off with the applicant and agent. Any closing comments you have for us today?
I'd be happy to address some of the concerns that have come forward. Excuse me. With respect to water, we appreciate that anyone that's on a well is concerned about that well and concerned about impact from additional access to the aquifers that exist. Every well that will be drilled on this property and by regulatory requirements has to be tested. And that test includes, and I'll let Mr. Hugo address this further if you would like, but that test includes quantity, quality, and the aquifer capacity, as well as the impact on adjacent wells. It's possible when those tests occur to monitor existing wells in the area to determine, in fact, if that new well is connected through the aquifer to adjacent wells. So this will be required for every well that's drilled on this proposed development. Secondly, we indicated at the beginning that one of the considerations we had for development included the possibility of 5 agricultural parcels. It's difficult to make the math work, considering the costs of infrastructure upgrades to adjacent roads as have been identified here. And if the development went in the direction of 5 ag parcels, each of those parcels would have to be accessed from 2253. The developer couldn't afford to put in an internal road for that low density. The other comment I'll make is if the county determined that they did not wish to have a municipal reserve, there would be a reconfiguration of the plan that we've presented to you here today to continue to have 18 lots, but those lots would be larger in size due to the reduced amount of land lost to the MR. And they would be wider with respect to the comment about spaghetti lots. The other thing with regard to the homeowners association, I currently live in a development of half-acre lots. This is in the city of Calgary. When we originally developed that land, those lots were 2-acre parcels in the county of Rocky View. And then over time, there were further subdivisions that went down to half-acre parcels. And so there is a homeowners association agreement, which is regulated through the province, and bylaws are created in those homeowner agreements with restrictions of how you can use your land. Over the 20+ years that I've lived on within that HOA, it's worked very well. We have private roads. We maintain those roads. We charge money to each lot in the community to do that. Landscaping, open areas, all of that is done under a homeowners association. They do work and they're important, and they can protect adjacent country residential and agricultural lands through the bylaws that are created. And the county can have input into that process as well. What else? Large animals. It's possible, again, through a homeowners association to control the number of animals you can have on each lot, and even the type of animals on each lot. So if there was a concern about horses or other large animals, that could be configured into that agreement. Anything else, Seth, that you can think of? Okay. If there's any questions further, I'm happy to address them. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we'll go back to council again for questions. Director Hemingway.
Hello. One of the questions I had with respect to the site plan where you illustrate a 30-meter, I believe, setback from the top of the bank along the cliff face.
Right.
Would you be amenable to containing that 30-meter setback in an environmental reserve easement? So expanding the environmental reserve easement boundary 30 meters into the property line to contain that setback requirement under ERE?
We would, yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Effectively, you're creating an area of no development.
Yes.
Either way.
Yes.
Yeah.
You build up to that, or there's
still
still
a
a setback?
No setback.
Councillor McHugh? Oh, sorry, I just saw you reaching.
Well, I was going to reach, but just a question, clarity question for development, if I may.
Go ahead.
So on an ERE, this question was raised, but on an ERE, on an individual lot, that would exclude pasturing of livestock, would it not?
Go ahead, Director Hemingway.
It can be excluded. Council can specify what the exclusions are necessarily. We have had environmental reserve easements where fencing and grazing is permitted. But council can provide us with direction to draft the environmental reserve easement for the execution by the developer, which excludes fencing and livestock grazing. But it certainly excludes any development, any grading, any type of building construction, any roads, things like that. So it's up to council if that's the direction you want us to go.
Okay. Any other questions from council administration for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go back to Planner Curley. Any closing comments you have?
I have no further comments.
Thank you. One last time to council administration. Any questions you have? I don't see any, so at this time I will close the public hearing. You're welcome to remain in the gallery to hear council's deliberations and decision. You can also watch it online on the YouTube link, which can be found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to everyone registered today once the minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all for coming and hope you have a good day. Okay, council, let's take a few minutes while Welcome back. I'd like to go to our 2:30 closed session. We're going to draft offsite levy bylaw. That is a closed session item. So I would look for a motion to go into closed. From Councillor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. We are in Welcome back. Councillor Callister, I'll go to you. You had a motion related to the offsite levy bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of, in regards to the offsite levy bylaw, I'd like to present motion number 4, council direct administration to undertake a public consultation utilizing current and available information and report back to council as a result of the consultation with some minor amendments. One amendment is in section 4.8 that CAO be changed to council in 4.8 to defer the imposition of levy or any part of or parcel where at council's sole discretion. And the other one is for 7.1 to add that reports to council that not less than 1 year, the CAO or CAO designate shall provide a report to council detailing all levies imposed under this bylaw, including the collection amount of unpaid levies amounts from the previous calendar year, etc. 2 other minor amendments. One that the formula includes financing for water infrastructure. And the other amendment that council have the option to defer the levy on community facilities.
Okay, so we got that motion. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries. Back to you, Councillor Callister. You got a motion related to Dunbow Road.
Yeah, I have one more motion that Public Works apply for the grant for a grant to update the transportation study for the 3 intersections on Dunbow Road at 8th Street, at the Artesia intersection, and the 243 Avenue intersection that goes to the Serbian church.
Okay, we got that motion. Was there further questions, comments?
The study goes from, I don't have the in here now, but I believe the study, okay, so maybe the study does go from 5th Street to Artesia and everything in between?
Oh, he's on there.
Director Kruger, got those numbers? I think we all understand. I'm sure we can massage that and get that right. So
apply for the grant. That's the
apply
motion
for the grant.
for the study on Dunbow Road. To update the study on Dunbow Road.
Okay, we got her. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, while we have Deputy Director Granson here, let's go back to our D2 that we have started. Going to turn it over to you, Deputy Director Granson. Page 211 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. So when we left off, just a reminder that we are looking for, when we finish up here, looking for council direction to proceed with the topics presented, as well as preferred process for each of these topics, including coming back to council with amendments or revisions, proceeding to public consultation on particular topics prior to consideration on the draft amendments, or proceeding directly to a public hearing with updated amendments. So when we left off, we were at the topic of permitted building sizes and how they are considered on country residential and agricultural properties. So under current provisions, section 4.2, where no development permit is required, in addition to a principal dwelling, each property on both country residential and agricultural properties, as well as smaller properties. Each property may have a set number of personal use accessory buildings, as well as a set number of cumulative size of accessory buildings. And this is based off of a range of property sizes as illustrated here on the table on the right. Dwellings on residential lots are also allowed an attached or detached garage of up to two attached or detached garages of up to a cumulative size of 1,200 square feet, and on agricultural up to 1,800 square feet. This format has worked well for a long time, but it also creates limitations and loopholes, such as since we do not consider dwelling sizes, if you attach a building to your principal dwelling, it is deemed as part of that dwelling and no longer an accessory building. Therefore, basically becomes exempt from sizes. This is common for attached pools, gymnasiums, arenas, and other storage type buildings. The only building use that is not exempt if attached to a dwelling is a garage. This is hard to define. We typically set that threshold at overhead doors. Again, limited to 1,200 square feet and 1,800 square feet for residential and agricultural respectively. The table here also utilizes arbitrary thresholds for property sizes. So various parcel sizes are not permitted equitable building sizes. Administration is seeking direction whether to restructure how we consider building sizes on properties. So between 2022 and 2025, there have been 31 applications for oversized personal use accessory buildings. 29 of these applications received approvals. A total of 5 have been refused by the Development Authority. 2 of those refusals were upheld as refusals by the Subdivision and Appeal Board and Development Appeal Board, and 3 were overturned to approvals. In this time, 2 applications which were initially approved by the Development Authority were appealed by neighboring parties, and both of these appeals were denied, and the SDAB upheld the approvals. Similarly, between 2022 and 2025, there have been 69 development permit applications for oversized attached garages. 67 of these resulted in approvals. 2 applications were refused by the Development Authority. 1 was not appealed by the applicant, and the second was overturned to an approval by the Appeal Board. And only 1 application for an oversized attached garage has been appealed by a neighboring party during this time, and that appeal was denied and the approval upheld by the Appeal Board. So in general, nearly all applications for oversized personal use accessory buildings and oversized garages have received approvals. Of those that were initially refused by the Development Authority, almost all of them were overturned by the Appeal Board. And of those that were appealed by neighboring parties, the Appeal Board upheld the approval decision in almost every instance. As such, administration suggests that a new system be developed to consider all structures on a property in one cumulative building's footprint size and base the maximum permitted building size on the actual parcel size rather than a range of parcel sizes. This would mean that landowners would not be limited to specific garage sizes, would not affect or unfairly benefit if a building is attached or detached from the dwelling, and would significantly decrease the number of development permits due to landowners requesting to either reallocate their permitted building size into different building types. So in short, we would consider a large house with a small garage the same as we would consider a small house with a large garage. That's all I have on that topic, so I can stop to discuss or carry on.
Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you have a small house and a large garage, what about assessments? Are people trying to get around high assessments by building larger garages?
Through the chair, the assessment department would basically consider anything attached to the house as the house. So, for example, a house with an attached pool is typically assessed higher than a house with a detached and enclosed pool. So there may actually be benefits in that we may see. It's not really a consideration. What the purpose of this is to reduce the number of development permits and let people develop how they want to organize their property, while still setting kind of a maximum threshold that is deemed appropriate. But in general, if you attach a building to your house, it gets assessed at that residential rate, so rather than an accessory building rate. So I think it's deemed as a more expensive building.
Director Hemingway.
Are you contemplating increasing the size of structures permitted on a parcel? Because we find that people just want bigger
Yeah.
garages and accessory buildings than our current bylaw allows, particularly garages.
So to Director Hemingway, we've run some kind of preliminary math on it to figure out, what's a typical parcel size and then, or typical house size, because we've never considered house or dwelling sizes in this calculation. So, as a rough number, if you considered saying you could have a flat rate of 5,000 square feet as a base, and then for every acre you can have another 500 square feet, as an example. So basically, we've run it so that every property size, and in comparison to this table, basically every category would be larger if they had a 4,000 square foot house plus what they're allowed in this category. There are certainly some very large houses. I think we have some 10,000 square foot houses in the county. I don't think there's any instances where that becomes an issue. Again, if we proceed with this, we can bring some numbers back to you and say, do we need to start at a 6,000 square feet as kind of the baseline, and then you kind of tack on. The other thing to consider is, and this is part of the reason why we've kept it in this 2 acre to 21 acre range, is that when you get to very small properties, the scaling just doesn't work. You end up with nothing. And when you go over 21 acres, the scaling just you get these massive buildings on quarter sections. So this is a good range. And then basically any agricultural buildings would still be exempt. So this is just, even at 21 acres, you'd still be allowed personal use buildings plus your exempt agricultural buildings.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Granson, then secondary suites has to come into this calculation somewhere. So we're looking at the square footage of the garage, and then we also take in the square footage of the secondary suite if it's is it principal primary?
To Councillor Alger, we basically calculate it by footprint or impermeable surface, basically. So if you have a 2-story house versus a bungalow, it's basically the perimeter and anything in like just the floor space, or pardon me, the footprint, not measuring each story of a house. Or any building for that matter.
Okay, that's all I got. So on to the next.
Did maximum lot coverage. Don't believe there was much discussion on that one. So CCAMs. So this proposal is to consider revising the number of CCANs allowed on a property without requiring a development permit. Under current policy, only 1 CCAN is permitted on properties greater than 21 acres in size without the benefit of a development permit. As well, properties can have 1 temporary storage container for up to 60 consecutive days. This temporary storage container may be a CCAN or other similar unit. So in 2025, there were 15 applications to allow for CCANs. 14 of those applications were on properties between 2 and 21 acres, so country residential in general and commercial, and 1 application on a property over 21 acres. All but 1 application were approved, and the 1 application which was refused included a request to exceed the cumulative permitted accessory building size, as well did not align with property line setbacks. 1 other application was appealed by neighboring parties. However, the appeal board upheld the approval and revised conditions of approval to require additional fencing and screening to mitigate the visual impact. It should be noted that any business uses may have received approval for a CCAN or more than 1 CCAN to be used in association with their business. Those applications were not considered in these statistics as they were addressed under a development permit for the business use. Council may wish to consider allowing a limited number of CCANs on certain property types or property sizes. Administration is seeking feedback from council regarding these possible provisions, such as a maximum of 1 CCAN on any country residential district property, upping it to a maximum of 2 CCANs on agricultural and agricultural business district properties, or basing it on a parcel size. This would reduce the number of development permit applications, however, may result in more complaints due to the typical aesthetic concerns or the locations of CCANs. Noting that impacts, concerns, and oppositions to CCANs do tend to be specific to individual sites rather than reflective of a broader land use policy concern. So this is difficult to determine an appropriate standard. Administration does suggest that using clear policy standards instead of permit thresholds and conditions of development permit approvals to enforce those standards could reduce the number of development permit applications while also setting a higher standard for those permitted and those that are exempt from requiring a development permit. So that's all I have on that topic.
I don't see anything. I guess I would just comment, I wonder, when I look at over 21 acres, there's only been one application in 2025. I do have to wonder if that's just in relation to the fact that perhaps these larger landowners simply don't apply for, they just bring them in and plop them down. So I guess where I'm going is I wonder if on some of these larger egg parcels, if 2 as a limit is the right piece, or whether they should be allowed more if you got a full 160 or 80 or whatnot. So I had something else, but it's not coming. I don't see anybody else, so we can care. Oh, and all of a sudden they light up. Councillor Alger.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just, I'm just thinking of my tenure here, how many times I've heard, why do we have a CCAN bylaw? People go when they get one and they plunk it in their yard, it gets complained on. They run down to the county office and they get a development permit to have a CCAN. I know of 2, Willowside, there was one on Willowside that like blew right through the restrictive covenants. I don't recall it coming to the DAB. There was one in front of the DAB just a few weeks ago. I just, like there's so many out there, and then again, we don't police it. So it's this is a really tough one to kind of coordinate as to where they belong and where they don't.
Do you want me to respond to that?
I'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so my knock-on question, Councillor Alger, so using clear standards, so what are you suggesting as clear standards?
So to Councillor McHugh, as of right now, when you obtain a development permit, that development permit usually sets out, I mean, it considers, because we receive the application and we consider that specific property, we can usually make a consideration for appropriate screening, maybe a potential location, whether that's, on the backside of an existing shop so that it's generally hidden. So through the development permit process, we can kind of have that site-specific discussion with the applicant on how best to address aesthetic concerns, especially when they are subject to a complaint from a neighbor. As general provisions, we could, screening is tricky, but we could phrase it that, they must be painted the size of a shop or the same colors, enclosed in a fenced area or coniferous vegetation around them. There's options. So we, this is basically just kind of the request. Is it worth digging into these options to see what policies need to be revised and how we could just kind of have general provisions to say, if you can have 2, but if you have them, they have to be somewhat hidden. That's something we can certainly do. Again, it's very subjective, and different neighborhoods are perfectly content having CCANs and some don't want to see it. So this is the struggle. And to speak with the complaints, I mean, I can think of a few where we received a complaint, the applicant made the development permit application and nobody appealed it. So we do run into that situation as well. And then they're upset that we approved it. But
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and this is just an opinion, and was speaking with an RCMP officer many years ago regarding rural crime. a lot of people get sea cans because they are very easily to contain your items that are easily stolen versus trying to go through all the effort of building a shop and everything. And they're quite economical to buy, you know, and I guess, you know, depending on who or what, you know, coat of paint to match the house or such is not a hard thing. So that's just an opinion I received for an RCMP officer many years ago. He thought they were great because people could lock up their skidoos and their quads and tools if they didn't have the alternative shop or such.
Okay. Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the old RC, the old restrictive covenant. And so I don't know what you do with that because you can't consider that. So I don't. Good luck with your clear standards. Anyway, to echo the thoughts from the chair, a maximum of 2 sea cans on an agricultural district, I am just gonna say 4. Because I got 2 and didn't even try. And it just happens. And well, one's a chem shed. One's a chem shed and the other one's a tool shed. And you just cannot beat the security of these sea cans because you can actually physically lock these things. And the next sea can is coming immediately and the fuel tank is going in it and it will be locked because I can't afford to lose 1,000 gallons of diesel.
So sea cans grow like rabbits, is that? Councillor Kendall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say, like, I see that point of view, but I mean, I picture some of these little subdivisions like Ravencrest, Silvertip. I don't know, do the HOAs have like bylaws that say, I just can't picture some of these certain subdivisions having any sea cans. I don't know. Do they?
Any, Director Granson or any?
I think the biggest issue is country residential development, and we're just tired of taking in development permit applications for CCANs on country residential development. And we'd like to try to not have a requirement for one. We might regret that. But it's just an idea. I think, yeah, because the agricultural operators over 21 acres, they don't apply. Like, it's not going to happen. But if we do put 4 on there, they still won't apply for the 5th one. But the country residential folks either have to because their neighbors complain or they want to follow the rules. And so right now they have to make a development permit for a CCAN. And we're suggesting maybe they could have one without a development permit, just to get rid of some development permits. Well, and that's their issue. That's not our issue. So, no.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just make one final comment on it. It's not a huge number of applications, and they do typically tend to be reactive. People tend to bring the CCAN on because the cost of the permit itself even is a bit prohibitive. So, you know, that is something we are aware of and deal with. But as you can see in the last year, there's not, I mean, it's more than one a month on average, but it's not a huge amount of permits. So just, these are all ideas and you can go with any of them that you want. Okay, I will proceed.
Private arenas.
Private arenas. So we do have a couple options for consideration of policies on private arenas. The initial is as they're currently defined as a building no more than 1,500 square meters or 16,164 square feet in which equestrian, athletic, and recreational activities are carried out. And this is intended to be used solely by the occupants of the residence and by no more than 4 non-resident users per day other than the occupants of the residence located on the lot upon which the arena is situated. If an applicant wishes to construct a private arena greater in size than this 1,500 square meter maximum, they must first obtain an approval from council for site-specific amendment to this maximum size. 4 applications were submitted between 2020 and 2025 for oversized private arenas, all of which received approval from council, and all 4 received subsequent development permit approvals. These buildings ranged in size, as seen here, between about 20,000 square feet and just over 44,000 square feet. For private arenas within the maximum size, a development permit is required. 13 applications were submitted in this same time range, and all of which received approval. One of these 13 applications was appealed by neighboring parties. However, the appeal board did uphold that approval. Administration is proposing consideration to remove the maximum size for private arenas, which would allow for any arena size to be processed directly through a development permit process, provided it still meets the definition of private arena and other policies. On any arena size, Foothills Public Works Department provides comment whether stormwater management is required. In general, this requirement is based on the building size in consideration of the property size and specific property features, and is not based on the current maximum threshold. Alternatively, in consideration of the previous amendment topic to restructure how we consider the size of accessory buildings and buildings in general on a property, council may wish to consider private arenas as a personal use accessory building and include in the total cumulative area of all buildings on a property. Depending on the provisions and other existing buildings on a property, some larger properties around 20 acres or more may be able to accommodate a private arena within their permitted building sizes. Under this option, it is predicted by staff that most private arenas would still exceed the property's maximum cumulative area for a building and would require a development permit as an oversized building. Finally, it should be noted that private arenas are defined as personal and recreational use, and they are not exempt from the size provisions within the definition of an agricultural building, even if located on an agricultural district property. That's right.
Sorry, can you go ahead?
Requires they're considered recreation or personal use accessory buildings under the land use bylaw, but the Safety Codes Act would consider them an agricultural low occupancy ag building, which does not require a building permit. So once again, the agricultural operators just put up a big shed and it's a private arena. They don't apply for permits and they don't need safety codes. Typically, this is an issue in country residential parcels or under complaint again. But because it's a personal use, low occupancy ag building under safety codes, it's really just determining where we need a development permit for it.
Just to
That's our rules though. It's not safety code rules.
Yeah,
No.
expand on that. It depends on what they disclose to the building and safety code department. The land use bylaw that says you can have 4 visitors per day would trigger a commercial standard building. But if you tell them you're building a hay shed, then it's a farm building and no building permit required.
Councillor McHugh.
So well, I want to go back. We're kind of mixing two because like in my mind, it just comes down to surface coverage of the lot.
Yeah.
So when we're doing, if you have a 10,000 square foot house, like doesn't that take any of the speculation out of it? You've got 6 acres, you're allowed this percentage of lot coverage, period, done. Isn't it that simple? Or that becomes a public works question more than development, doesn't it? Is that the direction where we're headed? Like I liked where you were going. I'm going back a little bit here, but like I find this to be the same with the if you've got 7 acres, you might only be able to do a 10,000 square foot arena due to the coverage from your house and the remainder of your accessory buildings on the lot.
Without it, yeah. So Yeah, to Councilor McHugh. Yeah, we've run some numbers with Public Works as well. I mean, I can go back to kind of the example I had before. So if we gave a base of 6,000 square feet on any property plus 500 square feet per acre, on 10 acres, you'd be allowed 11,000 square feet. If you decide to use that up all in your house, then any shop would require a development permit as an oversized building. Through that development permit process, we can do stormwater management, things like that. With that example, that's about 2.5% lot coverage on 10 acres. If we were to add arenas into this consideration, we would probably round up, like we'd probably stick with that 6,000 square foot base, but each property might be allowed 750 square feet additional per acre. So by the time you get kind of up to that 15 acre range, you might actually have enough room for a modest house, a decent sized garage, and an arena of 16,000 square feet. If you've got a massive house, then you're going to be applying for a development permit for that arena on 15 acres. If you're over 21 acres, then you're likely, like, there's math in there that we're trying to sort out, but we don't want to dig into it too closely if it's not something you guys are even interested in going down. So if you're interested in this, and from a site coverage perspective and stormwater management, we feel this is more appropriate because we can actually address it for oversized buildings and consider very large houses. There may also be examples on a 3 acre property where if you've got a 7,000 square foot house, no, you can't have that 1,000 square foot shop because you're already, you've got your house, you've got your garage, you're out of space. And so those ones where they already have a very large house may have to apply for that accessory building where previously they would not. But it's all basically looking at the total cumulative footprint, because that's what actually affects things like stormwater management and impact on neighbors, the views and things like that. So offsite impact. So that's why we feel this is maybe a more appropriate process. But our goal is to basically have the math work out so that every property will be allowed a little bit more than what they currently are, so that we're not taking away. But they can basically choose to organize that in any way they want, rather than coming in for development permit because they want a 5-car garage instead of a 4-car garage.
Okay.
Is it not as simple as just making it so that as long as you haven't, I don't know why it gets so complicated. If you haven't broken the threshold for surface coverage area, it doesn't, it shouldn't matter. So the only trigger should be is if you have exceeded the maximum coverage on the lot, then you require a development permit. What am I missing?
That, if I may, that's essentially what we're looking to do. But the lot coverage, when you look at acreage sizes, even on 5 acres, to get over 5% lot coverage, you have several thousand square feet of buildings. So nobody's ever going to hit the 40 acre or 40% lot coverage on anything larger than a half-acre lot. So when you get to these larger acreage parcels, that's kind of where we're trying to determine, what building size is appropriate before we start to run into potential stormwater management issues or drainage issues, or just offensively large buildings. So again, we're looking at a range between 2% to 8% lot coverage. Even if we round all of these numbers up, it's a very small amount of lot coverage in general. But that's basically where we're trying to determine.
This increases our assessment.
Mm-hmm. Bigger buildings.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so number 4.
Okay. Okay. So the last topic for consideration is to consider subdivision applications to proceed without a land use bylaw amendment first, where the proposed subdivision maintains the same existing land use district. Administration is suggesting that this change be, or consideration of this change be limited to the agricultural district at this time, which would allow council to evaluate the effectiveness of this change before considering including it in other land use districts. So between 2020 and 2025, there were 24 land use amendment applications on agricultural properties proposing subdivision without a land use change. So again, subdivision of agricultural into smaller agricultural properties. 16 of these applications were approved and 8 were refused. In this same time, there were 71 land use applications proposing subdivision of country residential properties without a change of land use, and 51 of those were approved with 16 refused. If proposing a subdivision of an agricultural property into smaller agricultural parcels, landowners are currently required to amend the agricultural land use district, which requires a public hearing process before proceeding to the subdivision application. With the proposed revisions, rather than requiring that amendment and public hearing, the landowner would proceed directly to the subdivision process. Any proposals to change land use zoning or redesignate to a different district would still require that redesignation and process and public hearing process, as well as any other amendments that may be necessary. That amendment process would still be required. As well, any consideration of typical considerations of a typical subdivision such as density, parcel size, servicing, environmental factors, and our municipal development plan policies would all be evaluated and addressed through the subdivision process. And any technical or site-specific issues which are often identified at the land use stage would continue to be addressed through the conditions of subdivision approval instead. Council as the subdivision authority would still have the authority to approve or refuse subdivisions as normal. And that does conclude our topics for consideration. So.
Councillor McHugh.
No.
Deputy Reeve Old, do you have any more words than a 2-letter?
Well, I said wow on my little notes to myself. I think it's interesting if there was a scenario where we could start and monitor it. The only thing I can think of is the lack of ability for neighbors to participate could cause a huge outcry. That's the only, and I'm trying to think of all the ag, like if a first parcel out is a CR, then it's an amendment to the land use as opposed to, like it would be a change in land use as opposed to within the land use staying as the same, unless the first parcel was an ag parcel within that. That's what else is there? You could divide an ag parcel into 5 parcels. I suppose you could do that too, and that could be an issue. And then where do you get, so subdivision, we allow letters. So we still have the opportunity, but there wouldn't be a hearing process. So then would that then take away the feeling of the rights of some? I mean, there's other municipalities that already give automatic first reading. And we're the ones that like to get right in there and dive right into make sure our citizens have the most possibility for discussion. So that's the only thing that was coming to me is what scenarios could we start if it was really minor and could really be fleshed out in the subdivision process so that they would get the right to be heard as a neighbor. And other than that, I'm just not sure if there's anything that's not contentious right now. So, but I thought it was a great investigation to consider, at least for us to think it through. Thank you for that.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Reeve. So on that notion, you would be thinking of adding a public hearing process to the subdivision is what you're suggesting?
No, there's already a process for a circulation on a subdivision.
Oh, so then you would just go to.
So they would be able to, they have a right to appeal, but they also have the ability to participate through letter writing. So circulation goes to the same half mile.
Good.
Correct.
Yeah. Contiguous only. Okay, so not the half mile. So contiguous only. So it reduces the amount. So if it's an egg parcel and there's only egg parcels around it, really nobody's going to get notified unless they read the Western Wheel. And the neighbors tell each other. So it could be a reduction in So there still is opportunity, and there's also opportunity each time this happens, if there's an appeal, that they get notified. So that's there. But again, it's under subdivision approving authority, which is similar to some other municipalities.
So just for the rest of the counselors, so if I understand this right, like if this goes to the LPT, Land and Property Rights Tribunal, Foothills is the only one that does a bylaw amendment. And right. So it's unusual. So the board always looks at you sideways and what do you do? And is their question, because if it's something that's zone country residential, they don't understand why it has to go to land use. But like this, the problem in my mind is the way that it's been developed out. The spaghetti 20s never ever helped. And we just have such unusual, eclectic, different sorts of developments in Foothills. I think our process is still good. Secondly, when you look at the previous chart here, when you see the split on the numbers, there was 16 approved and 8 refused. So it's not definitive. It's absolutely not definitive one way or the other. So I think the process as it still exists is of merit. Thanks.
My thoughts on this, I think it has some merit, but before I would want to go down this road, I'd want to see us get through our MDP review process and see what comes out of that, because I think if we go down this road, the MDP is going to be very critical, and we need a lot stronger language within it. And maybe we'll get there, maybe we won't, I don't know. The other thing I'd want to see before this is to have a better look at our circulation to area residents, see if we can change some of that. But all that, we're not there yet. So I would kind of the same opinion as Councillor McHugh to, at this point in time, no. I don't see anybody else. So that was the extent of your items.
Yes, if I may, I just have a closing point to touch on the motions or the direction we're looking for from council. So again, we do have the 7 topics. Council may choose to direct us to proceed with any combination, all or none of them. As well, to provide direction on whether you would like us to proceed with public engagement for any or all of these topics, see draft revisions in more detail on any of or all of these topics, or proceed with a public hearing to consider amendments of any or all of these topics.
Okay, so that is on page 149 of our agenda. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think we need some public input because, people have strong opinions about these various things. So,
Okay. And so either way, there's going to be public input because it would require a public hearing. So when you look at motion number 2, prepare completed draft land use bylaw amendments and return for consideration prior to a public hearing. And then B, prepare amendments for council's consideration at a public hearing. So that would be directly going to make amendments and then schedule a public hearing. And then number C is public consultation prior to drafting amendments, and then come back looking for next steps. So let's start with motion number 1 in terms of what pieces we want. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 has 4 in it. So which ones I'm guessing we're supportive of continuing down the road with 1, 2, 3, A, B, C, D, but not 4. Am I understanding? And we want a motion to that end? Go ahead,
I may.
Director Granson.
I'll also ask for clarification on what direction you'd like to see for private arenas. We could bring numbers back to you both ways. To say, here's buildings and you still apply for private arenas separately versus lumping private arenas in with the rest of the buildings, to see how those numbers may be similar or different.
Okay, Deputy Revolt.
So some tweaks might be in order before we do the next step. Is that what you're thinking?
I guess if you give clear direction on the arenas on which you prefer, we can bring them forward. I mean, probably given the complexity of kind of the buildings in general, it might be worth bringing back to you as kind of finalized drafts. But if we know which way you want to go with those with the private arenas, that'll allow us to streamline and bring you one idea versus having to draft both and have that fully reconsidered.
Okay.
Or if we go to public engagement, then we could present both ideas and see what the public say.
Well, I'll just let everyone comment on it. I was going to say all but the last one, but you guys may want to say on the direction of the arenas there.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, sir. Taking out the sub-district A is a fairly simple operation, is it not? As far as, like, if we don't have the A designation, what are we putting ourselves at risk to missing?
Not proposing to take it out. We're proposing to allow administration to have a waiver where we feel it has no impact on what was the A required. So we're not removing the sub-district A.
Typically, everything we've done in the last number of years, we put an A designation on it.
Under country residential.
CR.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
We try to avoid doing that in agriculture.
Yeah.
And on country residential, there's like a septic disposal analysis. It usually has to do with residential construction, wetland area or setbacks. If that's all developed and they're looking at building a shed that's nowhere near any of those things and don't need a septic field, we'd like to be able to waive that development permit requirement.
But they're still part of the conditions of subdivision that we put those conditions in for.
Okay, so this is the lot is created, it's 10 years later. It's still district country residential subject A, but 10 years later, the house is built, the septic field is built, the garage is built, the driveway is built, but now they want to build a shed and it's far away from the wetland area. We'd like to not have them go through a development permit process that basically says they're doing.
Gotcha. So that's where the waiver would kick in.
Yeah, and it would be used very, very carefully. We have that waiver currently under the flood hazard overlay where construction is occurring far out of the flood hazard. So we are allowed to do that now and we don't use it willy-nilly. It's very, very carefully considered when we're contemplating a waiver. It's all very documented and written down in the file. It allows the landowner to make the application to us and we can say, no, we're fine. We write that down, why we're accepting that as no development permit required, and then they can go get a building permit. And they'll know it's waived. So we're not removing that sub-district A.
So going forward, what I'm getting at is that doesn't really need to be in a public consultation kind of scenario. We can do that on our own.
I would say the same likely with the lot coverage changes. That's really technical land use bylaw stuff that I don't anticipate the public would care too much about.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the arenas, I mean, I know of one that's really troubling. And I just think, oh my gosh, you could just wreck somebody's life with a huge arena. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, they're big buildings. They could literally block you in, or you might as well live in downtown Calgary.
If I
go ahead.
If I can clarify on that, the intent would be that, most properties would still require a development permit because of the sheer size of arenas. I mean, if you wanted a 8,000 square foot arena, you might squeak through within your permitted building sizes, but in most instances, they're essentially deemed as an oversized accessory building, and that's basically how we process them. We do stormwater management on them. Yeah, and any oversized building is a discretionary use. So as soon as you've passed that threshold, even under current provisions, it's an oversized building. Mhm.
Okay, so coming out of this, you'd want a motion directing administration to proceed with ... Is that correct?
Do you want,
Deputy Reeve Owl.
So I think we're hung up on a couple things. I think D can be sorted out. So that would be 3D could be sorted out, that if we could get an idea of sizes that you had in mind, I think maybe when we're a little more clear, and we have some capacity left in our math abilities, I think we should look at this one again. But I feel that so 1 to 3 can be sorted out. 4 is maybe, as was mentioned, can be reconsidered during municipal development plan discussions. No, number 4 being the amendment. Did I get the wrong number on it? I got the wrong number.
The bottom of, let's all look at the bottom of page 149. On the
Okay.
main.
Okay, I
We're all looking
got
at the
it.
same letters and.
Okay, so,
So we
okay, so
have an
I
A
was
to a
looking at
D.
a different one. So I was thinking everything except the amendment process for subdivision that we could go ahead with at this time. That's what I was thinking, but if you guys are wanting to do something else, by all means, speak up. So go
Okay.
ahead with everything, but it looks like we might need some tweaks.
And the tweaks can happen through the process. So is that a motion then?
It's a motion, but the question is, do we want it back here one more time before we do public
Yeah, and that's,
listing?
that's A.
Let's come to that. That's the second motion. So the first motion is to direct administration on the topics of A to F.
Right now, motion 1.
No,
Right now, motion 1.
motion 1. Okay, Councillor, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. So I would give you motion 1 that council directed.
Sorry, I think we have the motion from Deputy Reeve.
But we need a second
Owl.
motion coming up for
We'll come to the second piece.
So I was suggesting A, B, and then get that all fleshed out, C, D, E, F, and then just wait on the G for another time. So A through F, that we further investigate those for public consumption and then bringing it back eventually to A.
Okay, and exact process we'll talk about next and pin
Okay.
that down. So we have that
So
motion to
move
direct administration to move forward with A, B, C, D, E, F.
Got it.
Are we all clear?
As listed on page 149.
All in favor? Motion carries.
We did it.
So now let's look at motion number 2 in terms of the process. So 2A, B, or C. So we're talking on page 149 of our last week council agenda. The big difference being, Deputy Director Granson, what is the big difference between A, B, and C?
sorry, I think I have a different agenda than you guys, but so this, under motion 2. 213, yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, so under motion number 2 that we're seeking. I believe what you're looking for. Sorry. Just,
Do we want to consider it, I guess, before you plan a public hearing?
yeah, I guess for each topic, like for solar, are you generally happy with the direction we're going? Do you need to reconsider that before we go to public hearing? Buildings, you do want to see more numbers, so we can certainly bring that back. Like, so we can bring those, CCANs. Do you want that? Do you need to see those details more? Do you want to revise numbers? Yeah. Just bring them all back to you. Other than the amendments.
Okay, Councillor Estes? Oh, sorry. So do we want consultation before we proceed to further land use amendments and return to council with those before we take the next step and then plan a public hearing? Consultation ahead of time or not? Deputy Revo.
I think look at it one more time because we can clearly see some things that were questions in our mind arising from the discussion today, and then move forward with the strategy for engaging public at that point.
Okay, so would I be correct then? You're looking at 2A, except, so prepare completed draft land use bylaw amendments and return to council. But do we want to leave on the piece about prior to public hearing, or just wait until that point and then do the public hearing? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there any more to Appendix B other than the waiver? That's the District A. Is that the only request in that one? Was just the waiver? I'm totally fine with that waiver. Let's scratch that one off, call it done.
We'll have to go to a public hearing.
Okay,
Like, we
but
can't-
no further work required.
We have to move these things forward through a public hearing process. So when we bring everything back to council, you may say, move ahead to a public hearing with these ones. These ones, we want to do some more public consultation, or we don't like these anymore. We're not so 100% sure on this. So once you see the A to F come back with you, and you know how Karina does that, she'll have a red line version on the land use bylaw, specific details. It'll give you a little more information about what you like or what you may not like about them.
Councillor Estes.
Okay, thank you to the chair. So if I'm hearing this right, we would like to go with motion 2 with sub A, prepare completed draft land use bylaw amendments and return to council for consideration prior to public hearing for appendixes A through F.
Okay, we got the motion.
That's my motion.
Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay. Let's do the quick and easy ones. Let's go to D6, Greater Calgary Regional Table, CMRB Trust Funds, page 262 or 198. Director Hemingway.
Council can read in the letter, the mayor of Chestermere is suggesting on behalf of the Calgary Regional Table that a letter is required from those municipalities that have chosen not to join the regional table in order for the funds to be returned to you. So I think we should request a motion of council for a letter to be written to the CMRB requesting the funds to be returned to us.
I'll give you that motion.
Councillor McHugh.
So moved as recommended by administration.
Okay, we have the motion to send in a letter requesting the funds. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Did you read the fine print? Must return. So if we aren't using it according to their distribution suggestions or whatever's written to an agreement on the distribution of these funds, you must give it back. So just wondering if we should take the money or just let them keep it. We have to
Sorry,
use it, we have to use it specifically for a regional issue. But if we were ever to work with them again, they want the money back.
Yep.
So what I'm just wondering is if we really should take the money or just let it go. Because it's conditional, and then if we can speak for ourselves, but well, we could use it for regional. We've thought that one through, but I'm just saying, read the fine print here. That's all. I'm not sure if we should take it.
And to support so we're talking the second bullet point here and the third, support regional projects or initiatives. We do a lot of regional projects and initiatives, so.
Who decides?
CAO Payne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to clarify, bullet 3 says may be required to return, not shall. To return the funds, so it says, should your municipality choose to join the regional table at a future date, you may be required to return the dispersed funds. But I don't know. I assume the group may want people to join and may not request that the funds be provided for that purpose.
Okay, we have that motion from Councillor McHugh to send in a letter requesting our share of the funds. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Subdivision approving authority. Look for a motion to go into subdivision from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. So we are E1 now, Irwin, page 264, and it is a handout that we had this morning.
We don't have it in the other agenda.
No, it's on the cover page of the original agenda, but not.
Okay, we are looking for a subdivision approval of the first parcel out in the Reeves division. Council just finalized the bylaw earlier today. It's a very straightforward subdivision. It's 14-acre parcel. All conditions seem appropriate. We don't take municipal reserves at I'm sorry, we don't take municipal reserves on first parcels out, and I'll just make sure that the condition with respect to approaches is noted in here.
Okay, as the area councillor, it all looks straightforward to me, and would support it. Anybody else? Deputy Revolt, do you give that motion to approve subdivision? Okay, all in favor? Motion carries. Motion to go out of subdivision from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our C3, our public hearing. 2480574 Alberta Limited, page 180 or 116 of our agenda. This is in Council Division 7. Councillor McHugh. Yeah, C3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think the comment from the concerned resident said it best when he mentioned that this was the community of Davisburg and that homeowners association wasn't appropriate in this area. So it speaks to the area, and the community of Davisburg is a community, and it's eclectic, and there are no homeowners associations, which for me speaks to the fact that usually a homeowners association is a country residential, more residential type development, which isn't, well, we have everything in this area, but HOAs are not typical, and residential one-offs with HOAs are not typical. You still have larger 10-acre, 15-acre, 20-acre, 3-acre, 4-acre. It's very eclectic, but it's still a lot of agricultural parcels with people with horses, people without horses, very big mix. So what I am suggesting is that this development doesn't actually fit in this area. As far as the central district goes, yes, it is in the central district, but it is in the extremities of the central district. It is not core to the central district. It is 4 or 5 miles from Highway 2. When you look at the diagram on the north side of 2253 and on the east side of 112, that is a very large agricultural district with no fragmentation. There are some strange, well, due to the RCAF, due to the fact that this was a World War II training center for flights, there are some strange adjustments to the boundaries to accommodate the airport. So is a little bit unusual, but this on the north side and to the east, north to the Bow and east to the Highwood, I believe there are one or two, I believe just 2 CR parcels out, and the rest is a still a ag district. It's all ag. To the west and to the south, yes, it is different. It was spoke to, the request was for 1.2 kilometers of 112th Street. The 112th Street is described as chip seal, but I don't know how we got there because it is MR. And as noted by the concerned resident, you go all the way from 112th all the way, it goes, when you go north a half a mile and then it swings west to become Dumbo Road, and then you have to go all the way down to 80th till you get to proper chip seal. So I'm largely suggesting that this type of development doesn't fit in the area. I agree with the concerned residents that the roads aren't up to the, even with the contribution from the developer, it's not enough to solve the infrastructure road challenges in the area. I'm not aware of an environmental reserve easement that we've done in council where we have actually allowed agriculture. This is, so 2253 Drive is probably the oldest surveyed road in the municipality. I refer to it as the Blackfoot Trail. So that takes you right down to the junction of the Highwood and the Bow where the water facility is. So there is a lot of traffic that comes out of there due to the cramped ground that's down at the bottom. And the water concerns are real. We did hear from the one individual that they do have good water. They specified that it's down in the bottom. So when they say it's down at the bottom, this is the topography at the bottom of the ERE where the creek stream is, which is 100 feet lower than their house. So anyway, those are my opening comments. I can't see where I would speak in favor of this development. Thanks.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I know the area very well as well, because I've grown up here, and I can't speak in favor of it either, because the issues that I have is they want to contribute to improve the 112th for 1.75 miles to the 552. But I know for sure that the traffic from this development would be going 112th north to 80th, and then, or to Dunbo Road, and then it's a mile a mile up Dunbo to get to 80th. 2 miles, sorry, 2 miles to get to 80th, a mile up Dunbo Road, a mile north to go to Dunbo Road, 2 miles to go to 80th. And then all that traffic's coming up Dunbo Road, which I'm currently having a lot of problems with already, as far as traffic's concerned. So I don't think it's the right time for this. I don't think 112th can handle the extra traffic. The amount of residents that we had to come to speak in opposition to it, I think we have to give a lot of credence to. So I cannot support it either. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did a quick calculation. I rounded the community sustainability fee to 12,000 times 18, got $216,000. Which doesn't really go very far in the land gravel world. As I spoke to earlier, the long rectangular lots, I just find are very impractical. Water, of course, is right up there. I'm thinking of, yeah, if you know you're building a house here and you might need a cistern, it's very easy to accommodate your dwelling for one. But if you have a house that you have not accommodated for that, putting in a cistern, if your well goes, it could bankrupt you. I mean, it just might not be feasible in some locations. Also, I'm just picturing adding 18 or 36 dogs to our dog complaint list because that is our #1 complaint issue. And that's what people like to do when they move out is get big dogs. So I can't speak in favor of this either.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And yeah, I'm not in favor of this either. I'm looking at it as cisterns being, the solving of water. We had one concerned resident said they were at 180 feet and only getting 1 gallon per minute. So we're using, I can't see water cisterns being a solution to that. Further to that, the sizes of the lots are the smallest ones look to be roughly 4.5 acres. So that still allows them 3 horses, which then if you're bringing in water for horses, which would increase traffic and water tank traffic on roads, etc. And again, a lot of other things, but those are the main ones for me.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
So hearing all the concerns and recognizing all the input and thanking all those who contributed to this hearing, I would make a motion for option 2, which is refusal on page 127 of our agenda.
Okay, we got that motion. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd speak in favor of that motion. Just quickly, though, is this, I guess through the chair to the Development Authority, is it an oversight here that we did not, is there a requirement to contact NavCan on this application? Is that an oversight? Like,
No, there's nothing on title. There's sorry, I don't know the proper language to describe the registered aerodrome versus the type of aerodrome that has committed space around it. And it's not that kind of aerodrome. So there's nothing that says that we should register, we should contact them or they would have anything to say about it. So no.
okay, thank you for that. And do we have, is there a residential set? Okay, so it is unusual. Like generally it's in the past, it's been kind of used as a helicopter training facility as of late, but is there any setback to a airstrip?
No, and it doesn't have a development permit for any specific uses and NAV Canada hasn't informed us that it's, like I said, it's a space for these things to happen, but helicopters can land anywhere as long as it's safe. They're allowed to land anywhere. But I have very little structure on that airport, but it doesn't have the ability to negate development around it because it has that lack of structure. Certainly it's a practice council may wish to consider as you're doing, but there's nothing about the airport that negates the potential for development around there.
Okay, so we have that motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl to refuse. Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Just a quick comment to follow up on Councillor McHugh's observation about yes, the fragmentation, but yes, the agriculture nature of this area. So I guess it depends on which way you look at maps. Is the glass half full of agriculture or is it half full of fragmentation? So it depends on which side you want to vote on, and I vote on the agricultural side.
Okay, we have that motion from Deputy Reeve Ohl. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, accounts. Let's go to H1 first. Skyview Concerned Citizens Group, Big Rock Solar Project. We received a letter from them, page 269 or 200 of our agenda. Any comments, questions, or a motion to acknowledge? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you the motion to acknowledge the letter from our concerned citizen, Margie Brown. She was a huge proponent of this concerned citizens group and probably one of the most affected by this. Had this gone forward, this would have been right in her backyard. So she's extremely happy, as is the rest of the group. Give you a motion to acknowledge the letter. Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion to acknowledge. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Now let's go to accounts. Any questions from those who are on accounts today? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had one earlier clarified today, and it was just a coding question. But if we go to, I guess quickly go to 32139, and this was for, if I remember, Ridgeline Electrics, and it was to, it's Foothills School Division, and I just wanted to verify that it was for the sewage system there. But the way it's not clearly identified. It says Heritage Heights School, and the bill's made out to us, but I suspect that it's a utility charge for the sewage system there. Just
go ahead, CEO Payne.
Yeah, and if council will allow me, I'll send an email to respond to that question. I believe Director Hammond must have taken the accounts with the money left this afternoon and filed them away. That's where I was running around trying to find them out in the other part of the building here, but I believe they've been filed, and I will need to look that one up for council and just provide you with a response afterwards, if that's okay.
Oh, do you have an answer there, Director Kruger?
Through the chair, yes. I can confirm that it was for the utility to sewer there. Don't specifically recall if it was a pump part, but it was part of the sewage system there at the school.
Okay, back to you, Councillor McHugh.
okay. Thanks for that. Motion to approve of accounts.
Okay, we have that motion from Councillor McHugh to approve accounts. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. And minutes. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you the motion for minutes, but I have a couple of changes or a couple of amendments. And if we go to C11, under the Badkey Estate, in bylaw 2026, the third paragraph states, furthermore, in this instant, council is in favor of allowing an exemption to the density provision. So we did not allow for the density provision because we changed the 3 lots to 2 lots.
You're looking at the wrong one.
What?
There was some change.
Oh, so we have more than one copy of?
If I may, Mr. Chair, yes, there was a revised version of the minutes sent out in the combined email. The one-stop shop email where we included the revised agenda, the revised minutes, the written submissions, and the,
all the way through.
and yeah, that was the change for that item was that the density was removed.
Okay, thanks for that.
Okay.
And the other one was just going into closed session F1, I believe Mr. Callister brought us into the closed session. I think it says me. Not a big deal, but just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, it does have yourself and F1 is going in and out. So Mr.
I
Callister
have
went.
my notes as Councillor Callister bringing us in.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have. Other than that, I'll give you the motion.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Alger to adopt the revised minutes. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And B12, I'm wondering if it can be amended to remove the return of council in September and just leave it as council review the transfer station garbage bag fee upon return or as part of the regular fee bylaw review.
Yes, I did notice that as well. We did remove the September piece in the final. So if that could be.
So to clarify, you want the September date added back in?
No.
Okay, so in the version that I have right now for B12, it says that council review the transfer station garbage bag fee upon, yep, I can take out the September. That's your request?
Yes.
Thank you.
And as a member of the motion, do you agree with that? Okay. And Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did make Ms. Stanley aware of the change under committee reports H4 that I did attend the Zoom Leighton Center committee.
Yes, thank you. And we did make that change.
Okay. And Councillor Alger as a member of the motion, you're good with that? Okay. I don't see anything else. All in favor? Motion carries. Last up, we have committee reports. If we're good to go. Councillor Kendall, would you like to start us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last Thursday, I attended the Schruck AGM and the regular meeting. We held both back to back and got a good update on the various things going on at the water treatment plant. We're hopefully planning a tour pretty soon for all of the board members to go. Also on Thursday, I met with Jan Burney at the library, the Sheep River Library, just as kind of as we're getting reorganized here with the new board. On Monday, I was invited to the Zoom meeting of the Foothills Regional Landfill and to listen to Amy Marcotte give her Frank Lake presentation was very good. Also attended a Zoom call for the Federal Climate Caucus, which is a monthly thing. And I would like to update council on an initiative by Greenway Innovations. A guy named Dean Clark in Regina founded this, and it is a way to analyze spending on operations, not just the traditional of looking at the utility bill, but it's kind of a, from what I can understand, and I'm going to follow up with him, it's kind of a way to analyze usage of electricity, gas, to see where any savings can be made. And as I understand it, if and this is specifically for municipalities, if there was, people don't pay until there's actually some savings realized. So sounded kind of interesting, and I'm going to look into it further. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the 23rd of April, I attended Okotoks Public Library meeting at 7 p.m. Went over the accounts and they requested I set up a meeting with our MLA to discuss concerns about Bill 28. So I'm working on that and we'll get back to them on that. That's about all I have for Division 6 last week.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report officially for this week. Thanks.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. On the 23rd, there was a Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission board meeting at the 911 Center. We had a chance to have a tour and for the new board members to have a board orientation presentation. So it was very well done and received. There was also a presentation on the financial information, all of which was due similar to a lot of our organizations this time of the year. And yeah, I guess that's about all in the open session part. And then on the 24th, I attended the Alberta Utilities Commission event, and that was just for their explanation on Rule 007, and that was in relation to setbacks for solar and wind. And in relation to those installations, renewable only wind and solar only, and what they were going to give municipalities sort of a parameters in terms of what they can and can't put into bylaws with there's some discretion, but again, they've come up with sort of a min and a max. So interesting, but very succinct meeting for that. Also had a chance to attend, and I'll let the person who is our Division 2 counselor, Counselor Estes, report on this more fully, but I did appreciate that we were invited to the Frank Lake discussion as part of the Foothills Regional Services Commission. It was very nice to take that meeting in just to see all the hard work being done there and the collaboration between our communities. We appreciated the presentation that was provided in the Frank Lake section of the meeting, but also the commentary from all participants. And I believe we're looking forward to more input to get a full picture. So more work will be on Councillor Estes moving forward on that one. And I had another Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission meeting yesterday. So it's been a very busy week. Thank you. That's everything.
Thanks. And for myself, I had the Frank Lake water meeting has been reported on, and had Spitzy Riparian Stewardship Society. So for those new, this is a group that kind of looks after some properties upstream of High River that are owned by the county, and there's a conservation easement on there by Foothills Land Trust. So this group has done a lot of work there. This was our AGM, nothing much to change in terms of the AGM piece, but there was a discussion about dissolution, and there was a motion made to advise Foothills County and FLT of intent to dissolve. So there will be a letter coming to council, and I can cover those details when that letter comes. That's all for me. We'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, on Monday, I had the Foothills Regional Services Commission landfill operations. Nothing too new to update on, other than we did the draft financial statement presentation, and we are in the landfills in good shape. And then moving to the wastewater operations, we had the presentation from Nature Calgary. The presenter, Amy Marcotte, was very good presentation, and a few of the other stakeholders with their input into the different areas that they work on there. And yes, I'm working on getting some more input. We need more input needed. Sorry. More input needed to clear up some more missing information. Thank you.
And Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report. Newsflash is already complaints coming in from the construction on Highway 552. Thanks. And the overpass.
Okay. And I see we do have a detour map. Okay, CO Payne, any committee reports? Nothing. Director Hemingway, any committee reports? Nothing. So that concludes it. Our agenda is exhausted, so I would look for a motion to adjourn from Councillor. Everybody at once. Councillor Callister, all in favor. Motion carries. We will see you next Wednesday, 9 a.m. And